Good evening. I'm Matt McLean in the Show Me Live Weather Center, and a very good evening indeed for you on that. And good evening. I'm Matt McLean in the Show Me Live Weather Center. Sorry for that double repeat on our live stream, but we were joining our radio side as well for those of you driving. And a very good evening for you. We do have a tornado warning, which is in effect for portions of the area. Let's get right into it. Washington County and Iron County. This is a tornado warning that is in effect for a little while longer now. I'm going to go ahead and zoom on in. We also have a thunderstorm warning for St. Louis City as well. Just a little bit earlier, we had a tornado warning for Jefferson County as well. So Kyle Douglas is going to be joining us here momentarily as well. Trained weather spotter actually just to the east of where this storm is at. But let's go ahead and get into this right now. A tornado warning for southern Washington County as well as northwestern Iron County until 9:30 this evening. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Bixby, or 21 miles west of Ironton, moving to the north at 30 miles an hour. Looks like at this particular point, it is a radar-indicated tornado or radar indicated mesocyclone. So basically it's a radar indicated tornado at this point. Irondale, Courtois, Bixby, Caledonia, Belgrade, and Shirley. This particularly is moving in your direction. There is also a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for most of Washington County as well. And so for those of you in this particular area, this is certainly something that we're going to be monitoring very cautiously over the next several minutes just to kind of see what's going on. For those of you watching online, even by television, you can go to one of our YouTube channels and even stream this live on one of your smart televisions in your home as well. It doesn't always have to be that cell phone device. And quite honestly, with the radar side, it'll help you see the radar a whole lot better than a lot of times the cell phone will as well. So for those of you in and around, basically just east of Courtois. So we're talking like toward the Delbridge, the Quaker area, Hortontown, Sunlight, anything along Highway C, Highway Double D or DD as well. This is where the main area of concern. The biggest area of rotation right now, as we draw this out and about, is looking right around in this particular area. Got some notches going on right now, and a little bit of a really high cloud top or a high thunderstorm top here. In fact, it's quite a bit tall, if you will, really showing back some very tall returns. And this far away from the radar, that's actually fairly impressive. So let's go ahead and take a look and see if we see any kind of rotation that's going on. We definitely do. Some good areas of rotation. And by that, I don't mean that that's a good thing. I'm just saying that there's some strong areas of rotation, fairly easy to see when you notice that winds are moving both toward and away from the radar site in a more of a tightened area. That's where you get in this particular zone that you're going to be watching very cautiously. So I know they're saying Courtois, for example, but for right now, this is kind of what we are looking at as well. So let's see, I'm typing out something to one of our folks in the background there. And seeing if we can get some additional information that she is going to be checking for us. Miss Merity, we've also got a thunderstorm warning with a considerable threat tag for 70-mile-an-hour winds and 1 3/4 golf ball size hail for the St. Louis area, and we are receiving some confirmed reports of that as well. It's located over Ladue, moving to the north at 40 miles per hour, up to 1.7 inches of basically golf ball size hail now being reported in Kirkwood by the fire department, fire rescue. So a lot of truth to this. So folks in and around this area, we are starting to see a little bit of a tightening with this particular area of circulation near just to the east of Viburnum. We're talking about the East End area, Bixby, this particular location. That's what we are concerned about. Now, we also have a tornado watch that's in effect for all of southeast Missouri and most of southwest Illinois now until 3 a.m. tomorrow morning. And as you can see, this is just one radar site. If I flip it over to Springfield just momentarily here, we have a long ways to go for the night. We'll be with you here on the air all throughout the evening if need be at this point. So right now, for the main area of concern that we really want to focus in on and keep a watchful eye on is this little area right here in the Iron and Washington County line as well. So for those of you in and around this area, I hope that you are really taking shelter. You definitely need to be taking shelter. Quite a few homes do have basements in this area. Some do not. And so that's get into that most interior room. If you're in a mobile home situation, that is obviously not a good solution, to be honest with you right now. So you're more or less hopefully you've got some kind of a storm shelter, a low-lying ditch as a possibility as well. Let's see if we can get this latest situation here with regard to the statute sweep that just went through. And what we're hoping to see, and we have seen some spin-ups already, is that this will slowly start to weaken, albeit with plenty of fuel to work with. There's no guarantee there. So this is why we're on the air, and we're going to remain on the air for a little while longer as we go out and about. So for those of you in and around this area right now, this is the main area of concern. If you are just joining us, my name is Matt McLean with Show Me Live, and Kyle Douglas, a trained weather spotter, will actually be joining us here momentarily as well. He is working toward getting to a microphone, but we've got a tornado warning in effect for Iron and Washington counties. This is until 9:30 p.m. with a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. It's radar indicated right now. The problem is it's so far away from the radar site, but even then we are seeing some pretty significant areas of wind speed. That is not usually a good situation, and that is what we've kind of got going on. Kyle is joining us now. And Kyle, I apologize. I apparently cannot hear you. I'm going to let you talk for just a minute while I work on my audio feed as to why I'm unable to hear anything at this point. But go ahead and take it for me for just a moment, and then we'll work from there.
All right. So good late evening, everybody. And sorry we have to join you this late, but this kind of suddenly sprung up just within the last hour or so. We had one cell kind of develop right over the top of St. Francis State Park and move to the northeast and went through DeSoto. There was some very interesting shots that people were sharing on Facebook. We'll try to get permission to share some of those with you. But there was actually some tornado. Now, I'm not aware of any tornado that went onto the actual ground, but we do know that it was spinning around up in the clouds, and some people got some fantastic shots. So we'll try to get those out to you as well. But this one now just popping up, it looks like it's starting to move out of the northern part of Iron County, and now seems to be headed right for a place just around Quaker, Delbridge, right along C Highway. And now C Highway, I can tell you about right there through Belgrade and kind of in between Belgrade and Palmer and Viburnum, Courtois, Czar, and those places right there. Those are some very remote areas. Not a whole lot of cell phone service. I can tell you that from experience, having driven to Viburnum to teach for the last 2 years. So definitely need to be weather aware. It looks like it's also going right along the path, hitting C Highway now, going right on up through P Highway near Levy and Shirley along Highway 8, Bates Creek Camp there in Washington County.
Kyle?
Yes, sir.
I can hear you now. We have a confirmed tornado on the ground with this tornado warning in for Washington and Iron County.
Okay.
We are showing radar confirmed tornado with flying debris potential. Basically, the radar is picking up a signature that would indicate a debris field that's going on with this tornado. And so that they are now upgrading it to an observed tornado on the ground. Locations impacted Irondale, Shirley, and Belgrade. If you are in those areas, and all the communities like Kyle was just talking about, Hortontown, Peoria, a little bit east of Quaker and Delbridge. Courtois, you're basically out of the main area of concern, but we're going to even throw in places like Bates Creek, Camp, Levy, up toward Floyd, along Highway 8, Highway C, and P Highway between C and basically Potosi, where Potosi Elementary is. This is the area of concern. I'm going to go ahead and put this into motion very quickly right now, since we do have that observed tornado warning. I'm going to push that off to the right-hand side of the screen. For those of you listening, if you are driving in that area. And yeah, cell phone reception for now, it is not great. However, satellite technology here by July or so, that's going to be changing even for places like southern Washington County, where your cell phones will continue to work even where there aren't now. But for the moment, that's what we've got going on with regard to this area. I was very concerned whenever I saw the areas of debris potentially on that. I'm going to actually go ahead and let's see if we can get a potential. Yeah, there is a debris field, and here's and Kyle, you're probably seeing it as well. It's
yes,
right here. That is the debris field that the radar is picking up. Now, here's what's concerning about that. Southern Washington County and Iron County is quite a ways away from the St. Louis radar, and if it is picking up debris that many thousands of feet into the air, we've got a problem. Yes. There's no question about it.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And lots of trees, lots of very what you would call remote areas out there. A lot of homes that are kind of spread out far apart. So hopefully it's a lot of farms out that way. Hopefully it's nothing, not somebody's house or anything like that. Hopefully it's just tree damage right now and everything. But man, this area's just been hit so hard because it was just a few weeks ago they had a tornado go right on up, started right about Bates Creek. Well, maybe just to the west of Bates Creek, and went right on up P Highway, hitting Potosi Elementary and the Washington County Hospital before it dissipated. So, man, these people here have really been getting the brunt of it the last few weeks. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, this is, and again, we're looking at some different maps for those of you watching right now, social media, our YouTube channels and whatnot. We're just getting some velocities, basically what the winds are kind of showing up in the atmosphere at this point. When you kind of have an area of calm in the middle of, 0 miles per hour, that's also an indicator whenever you've got a really high winds immediately surrounding that area that the radar is picking up on something there that's an area of concern. There's a 74 mile per hour marker right there, basically just to the west of Hortontown. So basically, those of you between Belgrade and, let's say, the Delbridge area, there's actually kind of two Delbridges in that area, and I understand that. There's one closer to Potosi, and then there's one out in the bottom left-hand corner of the county. And so we're talking about the Delbridge and Quaker area near Courtois. That's the one that we are specifically talking about right now. I'm going to flip it back over to the high-resolution radar here and take a little bit of a closer look. I'm going to pull off the decibel. Now, there is one thing that I do want to do. Let's go ahead and take a look at a little bit of a 3D model here of what we kind of got going on. And Kyle, you can actually probably start to see even a little bit of what the radar is showing rotation, basically right in this little bit of an area right there that you're kind of looking at, and a little bit of a tail that the radar is kind of seeing it as it's slicing through the atmosphere. Yeah. Again, it's just one of those things where you really kind of have to grab a hold of this particular situation and just seek shelter now with a confirmed tornado on the ground, radar confirmed. And I maintain that if the Weather Service in some of their outlying counties that they cover do a radar confirmation, they're darn sure that that's what's going on.
Yeah, they don't say radar confirmation unless they're about 99.9% sure on that. And of course, there'll be Washington County law enforcement, Potosi Police, Belgrade, Caledonia, all those areas. They'll have some people out there, obviously trying to look for that to try to confirm that for them and everything. So, folks, if you're listening or if you're thinking about getting out trying to chase it, I would recommend you not, because out there you can get on a dead end road real quick, or this thing can come up and get you, and there's just not a whole lot of places for you to go. So definitely stay safe, stay in a sheltered area, and ride this thing out, and hopefully it'll lift up here before too long, and we can
That's the hope. We've got, we're focusing a lot on this, and we do believe, obviously, the National Weather Service confirming a radar confirmation tornado. This is obviously the area of concern. Unfortunately, this isn't even the main line of storms that's expected to move through. This is actually in front of what was expected. Both the tornado warning in Jefferson County a little bit earlier that looks like it may have also spawned a confirmed tornado. I'm going to be honest with you, if this continues on its track, those of you that were under a tornado warning in Jefferson County barely an hour ago may be under something similar very soon as well. And unfortunately, Kyle, if you're looking at the radar returns as I am, the one just updated, it's actually showing an even stronger signature.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
I was just looking at that too.
Basically, those of you in the Potosi area, this is moving to the north at 30 miles an hour. Let me put a little bit of a storm plotter on here. Basically, I know it's saying directly to the north, but let's go right about basically like that. And I'm not even sure I'm satisfied with that particular mapping here, but all right. Why are you not wanting to work? Well, it is not going to work for me. So, probably and possibly because of this. So let's try that again. There it goes. Yep. So those of you in and around this area, Shirley and Bates Creek Camp in basically 21 minutes, they're saying population 0, and I appreciate that. I know for a fact that's not true. There's a lot more stuff going on than that in across portions of Washington County. But unfortunately, this signature is showing even more stronger sense of rotation at this point in time than not, and that is also not a good sign for those of you in the path of this storm. This is probably going to skirt west of Potosi, but not by a whole lot. And here's why I say probably, because as storms move through, especially tornadoes, the more intense and stronger they get, the more of a mind of their own they sort of get, and they can wobble and move back and forth within a storm cell. So for those of you in Potosi right now, it is not a moment to breathe a sigh of relief. I am specifically wondering about, again, Highway AA. We're talking like YMCA Trout Lodge area, the winery in and around this particular area as well. Just keep a very watchful eye over this in the next several minutes, and we're about to see exactly what is getting ready to happen away from right now. But that is what we are looking at. This is what we're talking about, and this is an area of concern currently. So for those of you in the path of this storm, please seek shelter immediately. And I again talk to you about really what we have going on, which is that we have this is not even part of the main system that has to move through tonight. These are ahead of the curve, so to speak, in getting ahead of the main line right now. This is what we are talking about currently. This is what's going on, and the area of concern. I'm going to go right back over to the debris tracker here, and unfortunately, it is very obvious at this point that it's a little bit of a loosely related debris, and that also concerns me a little bit, especially being so far up into the atmosphere. Kind of indicates that there is most definitely something going on with a tornado, and it is, as Kyle mentioned, hopefully just basically picking up, forest and trees. I know that there are some homes in this area, but that is a very large area of debris right now. And this far away from the radar site, it could really indicate that there could be an awful lot of problems right now. Those of you in Shirley, basically, I'm going to go right through Highway AA, Highway 8, Highway P, and all of the gravel roads and some of the county paved roads in between this area in Washington County. There are homes there. probably been in several of them. You need to be in your tornado safe spot as much as possible right now, because you are basically out of time as this area of debris is moving. This tornado is moving through in your area. This is just genuinely a concern at this point right now, and so now it's starting to make a whole lot more sense as to why and we got a new sweep going through and nothing showing any kind of a sign of weakening at this point. It's a very large area of debris and a sincere concern at this point right now. Let me go over to base velocity. It is also mimicking that of the debris at this point. Bear with me. You're going to see a couple of things on your screen. This is a hybrid mode that we're looking at right now. Radar to your right, wind off to your left. And this is kind of what we're looking at right now. With everything that we're talking about right here, you're looking at different areas where it's a potential tornado on the ground. The main thing, though, is just that area of debris that is very clearly showing right now. It is an area of concern. And the hope is that you're going to be seeing something hopefully weaken with this storm as it moves through. I got to be honest, the atmosphere would probably lend more toward this thing holding some strength for a little while before weakening. But we can always hope that it shall weaken as it makes its way toward the central portions of Washington County.
Yeah, I agree with that. And it's been, we saw the one once it got past DeSoto and up towards St. Louis, it kind of fizzled out just a little bit. But this one seems to be being able to hold together just a little bit better from what I can see.
Yeah, it's most definitely at this point. I'm really trying to figure out. They are. One would assume, not speaking for the National Weather Service, not our job, but one would assume any moment now they're going to be extending that tornado warning to encompass other portions of Washington County, possibly even portions of the southern tip of Jefferson County, depending upon how aggressive they want to be about those particular warnings for tonight. But I mean, it's really showing a very good area of rotation. No matter which way you go about it, there's a very, very clear sign of rotation. This radar return is less than 2 minutes old, and this is showing an area of debris as a potential possibility there, and that's a concern. No matter which way you want to go about it, that is just simply a concern. So I am curious as to whether or not they will extend this particular tornado warning. We're just going to have to see what they do. Go ahead.
And the fact that it says this warning expires in 15 minutes, folks, in 15 minutes, this thing's going to be right there in the middle of Potosi.
Yeah.
And things like that. So don't sit there and think that, oh, well, typically they don't hold together that long. Hey, this area, especially the Potosi area, has seen its fair share of tornadoes over the years. These people in Washington County know all too well what tornadoes can do in that area. And everything. So definitely need to, and it's moving north at 30. This is a lot slower than what we were used to seeing even the other night when we had storms rolling through at 60 and 65 miles an hour and everything. So this one's kind of a slow mover moving up to the north at presently. So that's another problem that you run into is that normally when they move through super fast, they won't cause damage. But if it's moving much more slowly, it has the potential to cause a lot more damage.
Yeah, that's the concern. Everything that you just said, absolutely, very much a concern at this point. I tell you, it's been a hot minute since I've seen such a large debris field in and around any kind of, a lot of times it's almost difficult to really pick out. This isn't. It's not even close. And that is 9:13. That's about 60 seconds old.
Right.
At this particular point. It most definitely is something to I hate
at some
this.
point you just run out of words and you just gotta be weather aware, and we'll do our best to try to keep it going. We also want to mention that I've got the lightning detector turned on right now. There is a lot of lightning associated with this as well. So not just the threat of a tornado or anything, but you got the threat of lightning, a lot of cloud to ground lightning that could cause a lot of problems as well. So hopefully everybody's inside or in a safe place where they're not threatened by that. We also want to mention there are some pretty strong storms off to the southwest of this, so just to the northwest of Viburnum. So this would put this in around the Dillard Mill area, Davisville, Highway V around Czar, just south of Cherryville. Cherryville, you're probably going to get hit with some heavy rains here before too long, but there seems to be some more storms building up behind it. Salem's getting hit right now, and everything. So it's shaping up to be a very busy night right now. No warnings associated with those storms as of right now. And I see where they've recently removed the thunderstorm warning box from Potosi. I would imagine they're going to reissue something on that here shortly.
Pretty safe bet at this point. You don't go from an observed, confirmed tornado warning to just simply nothing that quickly, not with something that's looking this strong on the radar. Now, it is potentially showing a tiny bit of weakening at this point as far as intensity. That doesn't mean you don't have some spin up in the atmosphere to create some rotation. And very, very, it is a very sincere area, a notch, a very deep notch, in all honesty, which is what is so concerning. That's why I'm so concerned whenever I flip it over to debris mode and you see such a large area of debris. Still, this is 9:16 and 19 seconds. That is not even 40 seconds old, and we're still seeing a debris field from the returns on this particular storm, and it is exactly as you would see, this infill notch. That's what you've got going on, and then a potential tornado. And folks, it very well could potentially be rain wrapped as well. It's also after dark. So let me throw out a couple of other things as this is beginning to approach areas that has a slightly larger population. If it is hailing, if there are winds that are high or heavy rain, that's going to dampen your ear's ability to hear an actual tornado on the ground until it's just a few seconds away from you, 10 seconds at the most. And that's not really enough time to react and be in a safety area at that point. So if for those of you in and around Highway 8, Shirley, and we're talking YMCA Trout Lodge, Sun and Lake, this area, it is moving straight for you right now. You need to be in your safe areas currently. And I recognize that there is not a tornado warning right now. Kyle just mentioned it as well, beyond that line. So folks in, for example, the Sun and Lake area, as well as Highway AA and anything in Potosi, there would be no sirens going off potentially right now either. There's a lot of stuff that could potentially be going on. And so we're really trying to make sure that we provide as much information as we possibly can to give you as much information as we can as well. So this is what we want to look at. I'm going to pull off some of the information off the screen so we can really widen it out just a little bit here. We're monitoring multiple different sources to make sure that our radar is keeping up as it usually does. It usually is quite instant with any tornado warnings or any other warnings for that matter. Right now, I'm genuinely trying to figure out what is potentially what they are what they're planning to do. There's a very clear notch, very clear debris, and the warning which they would typically extend by this point in time, not yet something that we are seeing from any area of source. And I am looking directly on the National Weather Service stuff as well as our own stuff here that you're seeing on your screen. And so far, no matter how many times I refresh, there's literally nothing that would indicate and this area is approaching right now. So let me see if they have updated any additional information. Still showing at 9 p.m. That's been about 19 minutes ago. Folks, if you are outside of this warning where the sirens may not be going off, irrespective of anything else, there is a very sincere area that is showing a pretty good intense debris area right now with regard to this particular storm, and a very classic comma-shaped notch that's kind of going right at there. Why does this happen? That's an infill. Basically, the storm is pulling air into the storm, and then it starts counterclockwise in a circular motion to create that particular tornadic cell. That's what you're looking at. That's why it looks like it does a lot of the times on radar. It doesn't always look this classic, but a lot of times it does. And so that's where you start looking at. Usually in the northern hemisphere, you'll look just off to the west. And of course, we've had some storms this past spring where Kyle and I were both kind of scratching our heads going, that's not normal. But for the most part, this is kind of the area that you would start looking at to the left on your screen of that little inflow, that little dry pocket or that notch as it's pulling wind in to give that tornado some fuel. So as of this point, I am very... I am thoroughly perplexed, but we are going to keep on this as if they are going to continue to extend it or provide us with some sort of an update here as to exactly what is about to take place. And as you will see it live, watching us right now, as we will, the moment if it goes red, if it dissipates and goes away, this is what we're going to look at right now as well. Let me get a couple of things there. Go ahead, Kyle. I heard you take a breath.
Yeah, I was just coming back and sitting down here, just zooming out just a little bit, looking out further to the west. This would be in the Springfield area. They've got severe thunderstorm warnings out that way around Ava, headed towards like the Robidoux, Mountain View, West Plains, down that general direction. That will be could eventually be coming up this way as well. So they said firing time sometime between, 10 and midnight and 1 o'clock for this area. So it's starting to fire up, headed this way. So, just looking ahead a little bit while we're kind of waiting for an update to see what's going on. They've got, looks like, flash flood warnings in the Springfield, Nixa, Republic area. So there's a lot of heavy rain, that's going to be associated with these thunderstorms that are coming through tonight. So not just tornado warnings that we have now, but severe thunderstorm warnings. There's several flash flood warnings down to the southwest into the Springfield, into Kansas, in the Pittsburgh area, that general direction. So we're in for the long haul tonight. Going to be a lot of heavy rain. I see a thunderstorm warning up around the Jefferson City area right now. So it's a pretty active weather pattern right now.
No question. This area of debris, at least what is appearing to be debris at this point, the hope is at this point that we are starting to look at something that may be showing a tiny bit of an infill right here. Hopefully this trend will continue. You see this right here. I'm going to circle this for those of you watching. What you're looking at right there, a little bit of an infill from that notch. That's potentially a good thing. What you hope, and again, takes a couple of sweeps of the radar to get confirmation on this, but what you genuinely hope is that that notch or that infill, as it's pulling air in to give circulation to the tornado, is starting to fill in a little bit, which may show some signs of some weakening. That's what you want to hope for. That's what you want to see. The key is, will the next update on this, another 60 seconds from now, will that confirm it? We have one confirmation, one spin up of the radar to show this, and it's basically taking a quick slice out of the atmosphere. And sometimes what you want to see is a continuity of that over a couple of sweeps to kind of show you that this is really what's happening. So this could potentially be a little bit of good news if that holds out. I don't want you to really kind of let your guard down, because just as quickly as this is showing this area right here, it may disappear in the next sweep and go back to showing something that could be very strong right now. A lot of you I know are commenting on our social media channels, will this weaken before it hits DeSoto, Allison, and so many others of you that are commenting right now. And we are being told that the sirens are going off now in Potosi. So that is certainly, I think, at this moment, for the moment, good news, because you want to give as much advance warning right now as you can, and try to figure out whether or not this is what's going on. I mean, they are potentially seeing something, a potential weakening of that. Let me go back over to the debris tracker here for just a little bit. It is still showing some debris. It's not quite as organized as it was, but let me again pull the radar on one side and then pull the debris on the other side. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit there. I know we've got our Show Me Live logo at the top, so I don't want to pull away and block this debris area. But more or less, let me draw on this. This area right here is an equivalent of, and now it's going to update. Let me start over. This area right here, and we are seeing there's a confirmation right there, a little bit of weakening. However, a little bit of strengthening in potential debris just to the west of Shirley and Levy and moving toward Floyd. So basically between Berryman and Shirley right now, that last potential debris tracker indicating a slight more intensity there of possible debris at this point. So let me go back here and just show you all over again. Right here on debris tracking, it is the equivalent of what I just circled on the left-hand side of the screen. If you kind of look at what's taking place, that's what we're looking for right now. And I know it's a little confusing when you put a couple of things up on the screen at once, but I think it kind of helps tell the story here just a little bit. Somebody wanted to say something there. Kyle, did I hear something on your end?
No, I was actually just kind of looking to see just how far east this could potentially go. So we don't forget, yes, obviously our main concern right now is going to be along C Highway, P Highway. I think Delbridge and Quaker, you're probably okay right now. This is headed up towards Levy, Shirley, Floyd, and right there along Highway 8. So that would probably put that close to, I would say, the Forshey Valley Golf Club. The Trout Lodge is probably
Sun and Lake.
Sun and Lake, yep. There, it's kind of right in the middle of this. And then we've got a lot of those places out along Highway AA and 185. Just about a month ago, they had a tornado. I believe that was an EF3, if memory serves, that went right through there and headed right on up towards the Cadet and Richwoods area and things like that. So I was also kind of looking east while you were doing that, kind of doing some double teaming here, just kind of looking. The Hopewell area, you're getting rain right now. It's going to intensify. Springtown, which is right outside of Potosi on Highway 8, Mineral Point, Frenchtown, Terre de Lac. I would say the western parts of Terre de Lac probably just need to just be weather aware at this point. Cadet, Old Mines, I would definitely be aware of some heavy rains coming in. But yeah, the rotation and everything that we were looking at, pretty much from what I'm looking at, should be right around Highway 8 in the Shirley area, headed right for Sun and Lake.
Yeah, that's the key. Kyle, are you seeing anything on? Let me pull open one more thing here. It is not showing. It is still showing until 9:30. I'm just double checking everything that I can find with regard to this particular warning so that we don't miss anything. I trust our system, but computers are not flawless. And so I want to make sure that we have a backup here directly from the National Weather Service. Are you seeing anything in the online chat with the National Weather Service? I know as a trained weather spotter, you've got access to all of that as well. Are you seeing anything of any kind of discussion that would indicate what they are planning to do with this? Or
I haven't exactly checked on that just yet. I've been kind of watching this one pretty close and just kind of looking around, to make sure other people are going to be okay.
Well, we've got this one expected to expire in about really right about any moment now. So the key is whether or not they're going to extend anything at this point is going to be a very unique. I'm genuinely trying to figure that one out. I'm
honestly moderately shocked we haven't seen an extension of a thunderstorm warning or a reissue of a thunderstorm warning for Washington County.
Yeah.
Which leads me to believe they believe this is, and this is speculation on my part. So if I'm wrong, I will freely admit that. But it could potentially be where they anticipate this kind of weakening a little bit for them not to reissue a thunderstorm warning. Very, very fascinating to me that they haven't done that.
Yeah, I've let me check. I mean, just as I've not seen anything quite like this. I mean, it's been a very hot minute. The tornado warning has been allowed to expire.
It has expired. Well, that's good. Let's hope it stays that way.
Well, but the case is, I want to, just in case there's some sort of a server issue with the Weather Service computers. I'm gonna even check their social media currently right now. I am thankful for the fact that yes, the storm does show a little bit of a weakening in intensity. And so the key for me and what I'm trying to figure out is whether or not, and they haven't even issued typically a special weather statement, which is, internally, exactly what that means. It's more or less a mediary between when a warning was issued versus one that is no longer in effect, and they explain what they've done. They've allowed it to expire because it's weakened, or they've allowed it to expire because it's moved out of the area. We don't have anything there yet. So whether or not at this particular point the warning has been allowed to expire, the key of the matter is we're still seeing some rotation at this point. So, what do you do? Now it has gotten a lot weaker of rotation. That's a good thing, no question. But it is kind of showing that area of rotation, nevertheless, that is probably or possibly there. Everyone in southeast Missouri, except for the Missouri boot heel, is under a tornado watch now until 3 a.m., and also for southwest Illinois. So those of you basically anywhere in our coverage area right now, you are under a tornado watch until 3 a.m. Guess what? We'll be right here should any additional warnings be issued. We've got a long couple of days, unfortunately, with what we've got going on.
Let's try to put some people hopefully at ease here. We've got a lot of messages coming in on the social media side of it. Let me see if I can catch up here.
Yeah.
How long is it going to last for Potosi? Let's see. That's for Nicole Shivers. Right now, Potosi's probably getting the kind of the brunt of the heavy rain, probably some wind. There's some lightning and thunder in with that. And there'll be some more coming in behind that, as it is really kind of intensified once again, as that area that initially had the tornado warning, the Bixby, East End, Goodland, Maxwell's Mill, they're kind of in a break right now, but it's coming back. Again, these just appear to be strong thunderstorms, nothing severe at this point. So Potosi, you're kind of in the middle of it right now. Again, nothing severe showing on the radar that's being detected by the National Weather Service at this time. But that does not mean you can let your guard down, because there was not anything probably, an hour or so ago when one formed basically right to the north of Bonte over St. Francis State Park.
Let me also throw this out, and I'm gonna, for those of you still watching, don't tune out yet. Hold on for just a minute, because I want to draw something. This is out of the Springfield radar, but this area is just basically a line of thunderstorm activity that still has to move through. Now, if you look off to the west, let me take off the line that I've just drawn. These storms have produced multiple thousands of customers without power everywhere that they have been. So that's truth to some of the radar returns. And what I mean by that is
hang on, Matt. We just had another tornado warning issued for Washington County. I'll go ahead and read this real quick.
Not surprised.
I don't mean to cut you off there. I'm sorry. But Central Washington County at 9:33, severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornado located 8 miles southwest of Potosi, moving north at 35 miles an hour. So another slow mover here compared to what we're used to. This tornado will be near Potosi around 9:45. So again, just as we were saying, don't let your guard down.
This storm has cycled, is what's going on. And the rotation has moved and morphed off to the east. That's why we just said, folks in Potosi, don't let your guard down.
That's right.
We said that 20, 30 minutes ago, because tornadoes and rotation so it's cycled. That's what we're seeing at this point. Now, they're saying near 9:45.
I'm not sure. Can you still hear me, Matt?
Yes, I can. So right here, can you hear me? Apparently, I can hear him, but he cannot hear me. But I'm going to continue on with this for just a moment. So the rotation or the area of concern that they are talking about here, with regard to all of that, let me see if I can get a slightly better situation. It's going to be basically right in here that they're talking about. Now, if I go over, pulling this off for just a moment, and getting rid of that, I hear Kyle has just popped back in there. Let me go ahead and turn his microphone back on. There we go.
When that little warning goes off on my phone, for whatever reason, it cuts my microphone off.
Understood.
So
the rotation. Yeah, go ahead.
So locations included, I don't know if you said it, but I'll say it again. Belgrade, Shirley, Laddie, and Cadet. You are in the path of this potential tornado. Again, radar indicated as of right now, but again, this has moved the rotation. What was initially what we thought was going to be west of Potosi. So now this is basically going to be, again, right over Highway 8, and between Highway 8 and P, I believe. Is that where they're showing that? So basically right where we were at before, it's just kind of shifted a little bit.
It's cycled. The storm has cycled. Let me zoom in just a little bit here for those of you watching on the social media. Again, you can actually find our YouTube channel if you have smart TVs, and it'll give you a much bigger screen to kind of see what you can actually stream this through YouTube as a live feed, and it'll kind of give you that. But yes, right here, right along Highway C and P, it's just about 4 miles west of Belgrade is the area of what the rotation is indicating. So this is more or less, at this point, I'm going to put this into, I think I can put this into motion in dual mode. It sure can. It's going to look a little interesting here. But this is what we're looking at here. It's going to follow more or less P Highway toward Bates Creek Camp, as well as toward between Potosi and Shirley as well. So those of you in this area, this is the area of concern that you're going to want to really monitor here. We're talking about this. And this is the area. Now, let me take off this dual screen and let's see if we are picking up any kind of debris at this point. Thankfully, not a whole lot yet of any kind of debris. You can kind of see where the storm is basically at, right? You're seeing a little bit of a dust up in the atmosphere, which can produce this, as they call it, the high efficiency or the correlation coefficient there that they're talking about there. By the way, the old tornado that you're talking about, still some stuff up in the atmosphere, dust, whatever, that it has disturbed, and it's still picking up over there as well. So we'll just keep a watchful eye on different aspects of things. But for right now, you again see that classic little infill notch that is trying to create some rotation. And then what you're looking at is a counterclockwise north of the equator. It goes in the exact opposite south of the equator. If you ever go to Australia, New Zealand, it's polar opposite. But right here, it's a little bit of a counterclockwise motion that can create a lot of rotation activity. And so that's where you start looking for the areas of potential development. So folks, if you are in and around, and Kyle, did you have a speed on this? Let me see if I can get it here really quick. Moving to the north at 35 miles per hour. We're going to stop it right there. We're going to put it basically along right there, 35 miles an hour, not 358, 35 miles an hour. This is what we're looking at right now. Bates Creek camp in 10 minutes, Laddie in 18 minutes. It should be picking up Potosi and all of that, but it's not. Let me redraw it here just a little bit, because I do expect that this is going to become a problem. Even if it's barely outside the city limits of Potosi, it won't be by much. And so that's why I'm saying, Potosi proper, the city limits, but, we're talking like the fairgrounds. You're talking, stuff that may be just barely outside the city limits, but still, we all call it Potosi. That's what we're talking about. 12 minutes away. Old Mines, 21 minutes. Happy Hollow, 21 minutes as well. So this is very much within that warned area. Now we have a brand new tornado warning. This is for Cuba. This is for Crawford County. Northwestern Crawford County, issued just a few moments ago until 10:15 p.m. A thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Cuba, moving to the north at 20 miles an hour. Again, radar indicated rotation there. So folks, we are seeing that dust up, if you will, that spin up in the atmosphere here. Let me pull off the storm plotter there so I can move things around. And we are looking at these areas of concern. I'm going to do one more thing. I've entered into full screen mode. Let me pop back out of there because I want to pull open some, well, hopefully it's going to give me the controls. All right, well, I'll mess with that here in just a moment, and we'll see what that gives to me there. It's not going to give it to me at all. So I'm going to pull open the everything else in a different screen here so that I can at least visually describe it while we've got going on. Now, where is it putting the extra thing there? Here's what I'm trying to basically get at is I want to look at additional rotation here and find out where any additional weak rotation may be around, because I'm seeing some little notches and I can't draw them right now because my screen is wanting to be a little bit on the stubborn side. But these little notches areas in and around this area right here, let me bear with me here for just a moment. And I am going to go ahead and switch this over to a different screen. So for those of you watching right now, it's getting ready to change. And I'm going to actually do a replace the sharing screen. Give me just a moment here. And let's see what happens there. Because I really want y'all to see kind of what's going on there. And kind of figure out what's going on and kind of let everybody know a little bit about what's going on here. Bear with me. There we go. That should change the screen. It sure did. Now we're going to go back into our mode here, and we're going to take a look at everything here, just a touch here. I'm going to pull it over into a bigger screen. I've got multiple 32-inch screens here right in front of me. So what I want to do here right now is I'm going to go over to the high-res velocity here, and we are seeing a pretty strong indicator of rotation in the area, just basically Bates Creek Camp and just to the east of Shirley. But if you're in either location right now, Bates Creek Camp or Shirley or anything in between, it's not the moment to go, woo, it's not going to hit me. No, that's not the case. You really need to be including Potosi, because these, as we've already seen, this storm in Washington County cycle once this evening in the past 30 minutes. That's what we're talking about right now. So those of you in and around that area. So from the St. Louis radar, what we are seeing, again, we are seeing the rotation for the Cuba area as well as in Washington County. We've got twin tornado warnings taking place. But I'm also watching a little bit of rotation. And that's what I was trying to figure out is in some of these storms, are we seeing a little bit of loose rotation? And the answer is outside of warned areas, the atmosphere is quite conducive right now and could produce additional warnings at most any moment. And so this is what we're going to watch very carefully. Now, they're still saying radar indicated for the one in Washington County now. And so we're going to have to wait and see. By the way, folks in Salem, Shannon County, heads up, you're going to possibly be under a thunderstorm warning here very soon because of the storms that are in Rubidoux and Mountain View and off to the West Plains there. They're moving in your direction. So a heads up for you folks there, and eventually possibly into Crawford and Iron counties again and Reynolds County. Go ahead, Kyle.
I was going to say, if you could take a look at, there's a couple of little pockets I'm watching right now just to the east of Viburnum.
I was just about to circle that right here.
Right, that little notch right there, that big circular notch. And then if you go off just to the west of Boss, so if you go almost maybe in an 8 o'clock direction from that, there's another couple little circular patterns there right along Howes Mill, just to the west of Boss and Bixby. There was a couple of little areas I was just kind of looking. I don't know if that's any rotation there by Viburnum.
Pulling it up from two different sources. Let me get Paducah's radar site here just in case it's going to pick up something. A little bit of rotation that it is picking up right basically on the Iron and Reynolds County line just to the south of Viburnum. And we use multiple radars. Why do we do that? Because, well, sometimes one radar has difficulty penetrating through the entire storm to see what's going on there. I'm going to flip it back over onto what's taking place out of the St. Louis radar, which is showing our best case of returns for rotation here in the Potosi area as well as the Cuba area. The Potosi area storm has a much more well-defined area of rotation, but that's not anything to breathe a sigh of relief about if you happen to be in Crawford County right now. What basically you'll end up getting at that particular point is potential for any kind of a sudden cycling of the storm to where it'll dramatically and rapidly increase and kind of tighten up. And that's where you start getting a cloud, a funnel cloud to a tornado. Basically, that's the definition. Once it hits the ground, you've got a tornado. And before then, it's just a funnel cloud. But it will both prompt a tornado warning at this point. Let me go over to the, the potential debris tracker. So far, good news on that. It is not picking up. And I guess this is basically some of this and some of this, some of the remnants of the previous tornado warning that had a radar confirmed tornado where it was showed as observed on the previous tornado warning that had taken place. A potential, a little bit of a spin up, maybe some dust in the atmosphere or whatever that particular storm produced. There's just a tiny bit, but it's not really anything as far as any kind of a debris. So if there is a tornado on the ground, and it's very possible that there is, it would be somewhat of a thin. I'm trying to figure out how to describe this, Kyle.
Like a rope tornado.
You've got, yeah, exactly. You have wedge tornadoes that are quite large. They're much easier to see a debris field about. But then you have those little spindles or those little fingers, type of little small tornadoes that'll come down. And if you're in the path of that, it's going to hurt. It's going to do a lot of damage, but it doesn't on the radar always translate to this massive area of debris, but nevertheless still produces a destructive path. And so this area is what I'm curious about. That is where the area of pretty tight rotation right now is indicating as you flip it over onto the relative velocity. And you're also seeing potentially some pretty good sized winds in and around this area. So you're looking at 60, you're looking at, let me zoom in just a little bit here. Let me see what I can get going here. 60, 59, somewhere in that neighborhood. And then what you could potentially end up getting is kind of a drawing off there, or a little bit of a calming down there, more of a central area where there aren't any heavy winds. That also is an indication it's a loosely based one, not something to write home about, but nevertheless, it's an indication potentially if there's a tornado on the ground. But there is most definitely a notch. There is most definitely an inlet there that is trying to pull in some kind of rotation there. No question about that. Pretty ominous looking on the radar site. So if there is a tornado on the ground, which there very possibly might be, this is that area of concern right now. So I hesitate to draw and zoom in. I mean, we have, obviously you're looking, we've got the ability to zoom in house to house on this, but I don't like to do that because sometimes that lets other people's guard go down that maybe we're not showing. And so that's an area of what we try to watch there. So those of you in and around, I'm pulling up information here to see everything else that we've got. And it looks like, again, until 10:15, this tornado warning will take place. So they're talking about how 9:45 is where this would be around Potosi. And so that is basically just that rotation area, loosely based. It's not anything super tight like it was just the past couple of cycles ago, but it is, and there's a brand new update. It is nevertheless a little bit of rotation. Now, for those of you in and around this tornado warning in Crawford County, we're talking about the Leesburg area and the Hoffman's Deli, basically off to the north and east of Cuba. So folks in Bourbon, this is an area of concern for you. These are the two active tornado warnings that we have. But again, going back over to the velocity, or to the reflectivity, the regular radar at this point. This is from the St. Louis site. If I flip over to the Springfield site, suddenly this is going to look a lot more. This is more of a straight line situation where you're seeing a bowing out. And so folks in Winona, Salem, even Viburnum, Ellington, Piedmont. Well, let me put this into motion very quickly here. I have a feeling this is moving off in a northerly. It's moving off due east. So I'm correct. Winona, Ellington, Salem, Viburnum, Ironton, Piedmont, Doniphan, Poplar Bluff, and all points in between. Look at how rapidly this is moving in. This is moving to the east at 55 miles an hour. So the thunderstorm warnings will start to hit our region, our coverage area, momentarily. And they'll probably do more blanket warnings like you're seeing this, multiple counties under one polygon. So that bowing that you're seeing kind of pop out there, that indicates some very strong straight line winds. They've dropped the tornado warning for Crawford County, by the way. That one's just exited off the screen. But we're going to watch you folks in Ellington, Piedmont, Ironton, Viburnum. This is an area of concern as well. For right now, it's producing thunderstorm warnings for very high winds, but we're going to monitor that very cautiously. Let me get a different... I want to get a slightly different screen here. I'm going to monitor both right now. So let me zoom out here for just a moment so that I can actually keep a track of that. And then I'm going to pull this back up where we've got some access there. So if there's any new warnings that pop out, I'll see them on a different screen, and then we can zoom out to that. But for right now, we're still showing a radar indicated tornado. Central Washington County till 10:15. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located 8 miles southwest of Potosi, moving to the north at 35 miles an hour. Again, it does remain a radar indicated tornado. And what we hope, especially with these returns, we're still seeing a little bit of a notch area right here. That is the area of concern right in here. And I know my drawing, sometimes I'm drawing with a mouse, not with a pen, so it's a little bit wonky at times, but you get the point if you're watching. That is the area of concern. Flipping over for rotation here, it's a loose-based area of rotation. There is not a super tight area, but that doesn't mean something can't exist in this area. Kyle, did you see on the radar here? Yeah, up to an inch in diameter hail.
I was just going to comment on that when you got done there.
Yep.
Up to an inch of diameter on hail. Not quite the what we hear apple and DVD size that we heard about the other day.
Yeah, large apple and DVD and grapefruit size that we
that was in the
confirmed.
Van Buren area and moving to the east. I'm not sure. I know you had to take cover there in Paducah because that was a monster storm that developed all the way, and I've watched the radars on that, developed over basically Springfield and went all the way into eastern Kentucky with a tornado that was dropping in and out of the sky there and caused a whole lot of damage in London, Kentucky, and other areas. It's what they say, 575 miles was the track of that storm.
Something like that. It was. And I'll tell you, just outside the tornado warning for folks in Washington, Crawford, places like Viburnum and Iron County, and toward the Dillard and Boss area, we're really monitoring an area of thunderstorm activity that's quite rapidly growing in intensity as well. We're going to wait and see exactly if that moves up to a severe threat or not at this particular point. But hopefully,
if you look at that little storm there, just to the southeast of Rolla, there's right there, right above that, kind of almost looks like a boot shape right there. They've got some interesting. Of course, people can't see what I'm doing here, but they could see yours. But I was just looking at that. There's nothing really there, but there's definitely a lot of intense rain in that area right now. I'm zooming back in over the Potosi area now with the high res storm velocity here. I'm getting better and better with this radar.
It's a powerful tool, no question.
I like it. No, we also want to mention, we keep talking about the Potosi area. Let's not forget also in the path of this Belgrade. Belgrade's pretty much out of that, but Cadet, Old Mines area, you need to be on the lookout.
And we are seeing a little bit of a tightening in that rotation again. Maybe the storm is cycling just a little bit. Maybe the slices of the radar captured a little bit better. but basically right along Highway Double A, just outside of town through 185. So more or less from the winery area. Now, again, this is radar indicated. It is to the east of Sun and Lake and the YMCA Trout Lodge area, but basically right along Highway Double A, out and about from the winery area on through Highway 185 and to the Laddie area. Now, if you are maybe per se, have they done? Nope, still radar
I
indicated.
would even say if you're in the area of Double A, 185, and even Highway F, which would also get it up there close to Richwoods. Along Pat Daly Road, I'm looking at some of the, I'm zoomed in pretty close here. You definitely need to be on the lookout here as this is moving its way up Richwoods. Let's see, that's further up.
Look at this infill. Are you able to see, you're able to see your screen, Kyle?
Uh-huh.
Look at this infill, the notch that it's trying to pull in there just a little bit there. That is quite a unique little area there. I know that it looks a little sloppy, folks, on the wind and what the radar is seeing, but typically speaking, when you start seeing something that looks this kind of like this just a little bit, it's kind of a little bit of an inflow notch, another inflow notch that you kind of got going on, a little bit of almost a separation between the main storm. Folks, you need to be, again, tornado warnings are out. If you're in Laddie, we're going to put this in motion very quickly here. More or less, this is moving, it's moving off to the north. So more or less, you're going to be looking at toward eventually Richwoods, which is under a tornado, this tornado warning. So those of you in that area, this thing right here, it's moving right in this area as I'm trying to draw this out on the map. And so for everything that's kind of in this area of Washington County, now to the north of Potosi, that is the area of concern that you're going to want to monitor that very, very carefully over the next several minutes. I'm still curious because we are seeing such rapid development of the thunderstorm activity just to the west of the tornado warning. My question mark is, will that start siphoning some of the energy out of the storm that has the tornado warning on? And time is really going to have to tell on that. But folks in Courtois and toward Belgrade getting hammered again with some heavy thunderstorm activity. Where you were just under a tornado warning 30, 40 minutes ago. So those of you in and around that area, that's the area of concern. I'm going to very quickly, once again, those of you in our area, our coverage area that's in basically Iron County off toward the Arkansas-Missouri state line, so more or less southeast Missouri, there is a line of some fairly heavy thunderstorm. It is bowing out to indicate really a pretty good size wind field that's formed there. It's just a straight line situation of a wind, and it is moving straight for you at around 55 miles an hour. So those of you in Ellington, Piedmont, Winona, Viburnum, Ironton, Fredericktown, Poplar Bluff, Doniphan, and everything in between. U.S. Highway 60 heads up over the next probably 60 minutes or so as you potentially are going to be seeing some very high winds move into your area. And it is not impossible that a spin up of a tornado or two could take place. We not to scare people. We try to inform people, but not to scare people. Kyle, there is a little bit, and I'm curious on some potential rotation. I'm just going to loosely circle it in this area. There's potential spots here that I'm curious about that might be trying to spin up a little bit, and this atmosphere is very prime. And you're also kind of starting to see a little bit of a notch area try to form. And anywhere that you see a notch in a thunderstorm activity, well, that's where you have the potential for rotation in and around that could possibly start spinning and create a potential tornado warning. But we're going to keep a very watchful eye for you folks in Viburnum right now and basically off to the points in between. I'm not liking what I'm seeing right there.
If you're looking at the same one I am, that would be in and around the Dillard and the Dillardville area, kind of in between Viburnum and Cherryville, right along Highway 49. And, of course, Highway V runs out there to Davisville and Czar.
and of course Viburnum proper there. I would.
I'd keep a very close eye on everything right there, because I am starting to see some areas of concern. Honestly, if you are watching right now, if you're listening right now, we'll paint the picture with words on our Show Me Live app. You can get it in the Google Play Store and Apple Store and whatnot. But for those of you watching, they look somewhat similar even on the radar as to the one that's creating a warned area. So we're going to watch that for you folks in and around basically Dent. And here's the key. Dent County is controlled by Springfield. Crawford, Iron, and Washington are controlled by St. Louis. So you would have to coordinate with two different offices right there, which they do very regularly. But I'm very curious on what's going to happen right there, if anything, if it continues to strengthen there near Viburnum. So those of you in the Viburnum area, just be weather aware of what's going on right now. And if you hear something that doesn't sound right, well, you don't have to wait for a warning to be issued in order to do the right thing to keep yourself safe. So just keep that in mind. There's a tornado watch in effect until 3 a.m. That's enough right there to give you that moment of clarity that says, hey, I need to be watchful of what's going on here and keep a watchful eye of everything. Go ahead.
We have a report coming off our Facebook from Sherry Beth Smith. Severe thunder and lightning at the Washington County, St. Francis County line. I'm going to guess she's probably up around Highway 47. So I would say near Frenchtown, maybe north of Terre de Lac, maybe around Tiff, perhaps. If I'm wrong on that, I apologize, but I'm just looking at the radar. That would be where the strongest portion of that storm is in relation to her. Let's see. I'm trying to get people caught up here. We get talking about this, and then we get people commenting on Facebook, and we don't want to leave you guys out because we know you guys have questions. Some of you guys are close by, some of you are not. We got Alyssa Hines asking about what's it look like for DeSoto. You're kind of in the path. You're getting ready you should be getting some rains right now. That's going to be intensifying here before too long. We'll have to see if that tornado warning watch box moves up that way. We just don't know yet because the Weather Service has not extended that yet. So, Alyssa, we appreciate you listening, and we'll keep an eye out for DeSoto. Potosi for Nicole. Looks like Potosi itself is getting a little bit of a break for a minute, but there's more coming. Now, this stuff is not warned. But it is potentially heavy rain with a little bit of wind with that. There is some lightning associated with it as well, so just be aware of that, Nicole. Let's see. I'm trying to, Mineral Point. Let me zoom in there for Mineral Point. Mineral Point, again, same as Potosi. This would be for Jacob Coleman. We are, again, you're kind of in a little bit of a lull here just for a minute, but batten down the hatches. You got more coming. Now, again, not warned at this time, but you could see some decent winds, some straight line winds with this, and some heavy rain associated with that. So just beware there. Let's see, Ironton. Ironton, you're getting ready to get hit with a little bit of a thunderstorm here. It's nothing severe at this point.
And I'm going to very quickly, we've got some additional thunderstorm warnings as advertised, unfortunately, exactly as we were talking about, a blanket warning for basically Dent County all the way to the Missouri-Arkansas line. There's a lot of real estate encompassing that. We also have a brand new thunderstorm warning for certain counties of our coverage area. Madison, St. Charles, and St. Louis County. We'll throw out Jersey County. It's not technically a part of our coverage area, but it's a part of this particular warning until 10:45. Just basically 2 minutes ago, not even, a thunderstorm that was severe, located near Portage de Sioux, near Florissant, moving north at 30 miles an hour. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts are a potential. It's moving to the north at 30. Now, here's the other aspect, and we're not forgetting about you folks under the tornado warning in Washington County, but these are brand new warnings. Here's the other stuff. We have a totally different movement of direction. So we've been talking about storms moving off to the north all evening long. We have this other line that is moving rapidly to the east between 45 and 55 miles an hour. So Shannon, Dent, Howell, that Howell and Texas and Oregon counties basically out of our portions of our area. But this is a thunderstorm warning in effect until 11 o'clock. A line of severe storms were located from 6 miles northeast of Licking to 6 miles north of Mountain View to near Ott, moving to the east at 45 miles an hour. 60-mile-an-hour winds as well as a possibility on that. And here's something I want to point out to you all. It is carrying a tornado possible signature tag to it. So we could have some spin-ups. In other words, the radar's detecting some weak rotation right now, and the atmosphere is very conducive to, as we know all throughout the evening here, that we may see a potential tornado warning issued throughout a portion of this at any given moment. Also, 3/4-inch hail is a possibility as well. That's probably between dime and nickel and quarter size that we're looking at. Now, for those of you in this area, I'm still watching. Let me see if they moved anything. They did kind of provide a slight update. Tornado warning remains in effect until 10:15 for Washington County. Radar indicated rotation, and it is still showing strong enough rotation for them to warrant that moving to the north, still at 35 miles an hour. So for those of you in this area here, I'm going to force it to go back over to the Springfield one here.
Yeah, they just changed it on that last radar sweep. It's still a tornado warned storm. Expires in 10 minutes. I'll let you kind of catch your breath here for a minute. Let me go through.
Sure.
A lot of people asking about different locations. I promise you I'm going to get to them. Let me get the people that are more in the path. We have one mentioning Grubbville. If you're not familiar with where that is, that's western Jefferson County. To the southwest of Cedar Hill, not far from Lonedale. Batten down the hatches. It's kind of coming right between you and Hillsboro, Mount Freedom, Ware, Cottage Farm. So that would have been, let me scroll back down, Sylvia Tomlinson. I hope I said that name right. Yeah, you're getting ready to get hit with some heavy rains, and that rotation kind of could be just to the east of you. It could be coming right for you right now. We just don't know what's going to happen, but definitely need to be thinking ahead here. You're going to be getting some heavy rain for sure. Farmington, Park Hills, nothing on the radar for Farmington or Park Hills right now, but that doesn't mean we're not going to be getting anything. There's some stuff down there around the Ironton, Pilot Knob area, Bellevue, be heading towards Iron Mountain Lake, Bismarck. We could see a little bit of that, but nothing warned there just yet. But later on in the evening, I'd say maybe an hour or two from now, we could see something from this storm system that's getting ready to go through like the Winona and Salem. So that'd be Dent counties. What's the one that Winona's in there? That would
Shannon
be
County?
Shannon County, correct. We could see something there later. Severe thunderstorm warning again. Just be weather aware for Farmington, Park Hills. Potosi and Springtown. Again, Potosi, you're getting ready to get hit once again. Springtown, basically right there, just outside of Potosi again, getting ready to maybe get hit with a little bit more heavy rain, not warned at this time. Bellevue, same thing. Let's see. Let me go down. Richwood, you're probably, let me zoom in here. Yeah, Richwood, you're kind of right in the middle of it right now of the warned area. So Potosi, you are out of the warned area now when they trimmed that back just a little bit. Let's see. Caledonia, you're probably experiencing some heavy rain right now or getting close to that. And I'm just trying to make sure we catch everybody here.
Absolutely.
Kind of give you a break because you've been doing a lot of that. Kind of also let you kind of study for a minute. The Festus area, everything's kind of off to the west of the Festus area right now, but that doesn't mean you're not going to get maybe potentially see some stuff, or we may see a little bit of development. But especially if you're just west of Festus, I would say Highway A or even the Hematite area, Hillsboro area. Hillsboro, you're kind of getting hit right now. So, again, heavy rains there. No warnings issued for that general storm. Let's see, Cadet. And again, folks, just bear with us. We're trying to catch everybody here. Cadet, you should be okay. You'll probably get some more heavy rains here before too long. Again, not in a warned area. Let's see. Old Mines I've covered. Festus, Grubbville, Deloge. Deloge should be okay right now. We may see a little bit of rain here in a little bit. Highway 32 in the Bellevue area. Once again, let me get to it. Again, you're probably getting some heavy rains right now. Most of that kind of just south of Bellevue around the Highway 21 and U area. So that would put it pretty close to the Elephant Rock State Park area, I believe. Yeah, probably right there in the Elephant Rocks area. I would say they're probably getting some pretty heavy rain. So right now, let's see, Washington, Missouri. Well, we haven't heard Washington, Missouri.
Franklin County.
Called. Yeah, that's up there in Franklin County. Really hard to say for Washington right now. I'm over here looking at Union Pacific. Washington's further up. There we go. Right now, getting hit with some rain. There's some heavy rain in between you. I would say it's remote at this point in time that Warren storm would be heading up your way. I think you're probably going to be okay, but that doesn't mean let your guard down by any means. So,
no, the key, you're 100% in agreement there, 100%, because the key that you're really looking for right now isn't so much to the person who's talking about, like, for example, Washington, Missouri, in Franklin County. Maybe this particular tornado warning will not have an impact on you, but we have an awful lot of activity that is taking place right now. So St. Clair, Union, Washington, we're talking Missouri, Washington, Missouri, the city, not the county. You have so much strong weather right now that is off to your west and south that is going to be moving through your area, right in through here. You're just going to see all this. I'm drawing it on the screen right now, and Washington, obviously being Washington, Missouri, being right around in that spot there that I just circled in a blue circle. All of this stuff at any given time could potentially start doing a spin up of any type of rotation that could prompt a warning. So maybe the thing that's got Washington County under a tornado warning may not hold a huge, massive impact for you folks in the city of Washington in Franklin County. But that's not to say that we're not, that you have a breathe easy moment at this point either. And for those of you very quickly off to the south, again, a large portion of our coverage area is about to be inundated with some very high winds as these storms move through. And there's some truth to the radar returns because, again, we're showing multiple hundreds of folks without power in and around in the area. Trees down as well, reporting by the emergency management off where these storms have been. That there are power outages being reported by the hundreds as well. Law enforcement reporting trees down. So these storms have nothing to really in the atmosphere to say, okay, it's time for you to chill out now. There's really nothing there in southeast Missouri, atmospherically speaking, that's going to make them go, it's time to calm down now. Maybe just a touch as they're approaching the Illinois and Missouri river, the Illinois and Missouri state line and the Kentucky-Missouri state line, maybe a little bit, but that's still a few hours away. But right now, there's really not a whole lot out there to show any kind of a weakening situation. I'm going to very quickly go back over to the Springfield radar because that's picking up on those storms. But again, you folks in Ellington, Piedmont, Ironton, Fredericktown, Poplar Bluff, Doniphan, all across the southern area there of our coverage area, these storms are moving toward you right in the next hour or two. And some of those warnings have already been sent out. So we do still have that tornado warning. It expires in 3 minutes. It's going to be very interesting to see if they move and or expand or extend any kind of a warning at this particular point. I've got multiple screens in front of me right now, so I'm trying to make sure that I get everything going on there.
Yeah, but I'm reading Potosi right now. People saying that it's really starting to thunder once again in Potosi. Yeah, you're right on the edge of that. So you're right on the edge of that storm. I saw someone mention Bonne Terre. We see you down there.
Probably Terre de Lac, I would assume.
That
very
would be Dylan Polite. Yes, Bonne Terre right now is kind of quiet. However, there are storms developing. There's one right there just south of Bismarck and Iron Mountain Lake. It just kind of popped up down that area. That could come up and brush the western parts of Deloge, Park Hills, Bismarck. I'd be a little bit wary. Caledonia, you're probably getting ready to get hit again. Again,
another tornado warning that's just been expanded too.
Okay.
So they have gone ahead and extended this tornado warning. And for those of you, again, for Franklin, Jefferson, and now northeastern Washington County. This is until 11 p.m. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 5 miles southeast of Richwoods, or 11 miles north of Potosi. Moving to the north, it's slowing down at around 25 miles per hour. And again, this is radar indicated. So at 10:20 p.m., approximately 5 minutes from now, this is expected to be over Richwoods, eventually into Fletcher, Grubbville, Orman, and Morris Mill as well. So those of you in and around this area, basically portions of Franklin, Jefferson, and Washington counties, now under a tornado warning until 11 p.m. Lowndale, Lubering, Huff, Grubbville, Cedar Hill Lakes, and basically even a portion of, if you take a look at this, I don't want to call it the outskirts of Hillsborough, but more or less some developments and subdivisions off to the west of the city of Hillsborough in Jefferson County under that area. So Fletcher and all of this. So the area of rotation that they are talking about, again, expected to be over Richwoods. I'm going to, you know what, don't draw this yet. Let me put this into motion. And let's take a look at this for just a moment. Oh, it's actually, when you put it into motion, you can see very clearly where the rotation is. It's right here. If you look very clearly, you can see it right there. And so if you happen to be more or less, get this movement one more time. So basically all throughout this area, and I'm going to draw it out there, but I don't want you to like look at that blue line and go, oh, well, we're fine. No, tornadoes and different things, storms can cycle and morph and do different things where maybe a single track is at. It might not be that way 5 or 10 minutes from now. So that's why they've drawn out the warning as much as they have. If you're in the warning box area, that's where you're going to want to take some shelter right there and make sure that you've got some things going on there. So yeah, some areas of rotation, pretty strong rotation as well. We are monitoring, again, potentially other areas where there are no warnings right now. We're just monitoring it for places of central and southern Washington County. Truly did not want to see what I just saw pop up there. It is showing radar indicated for right now, but I'm telling you right now, if there's any truth to this whatsoever, it is entirely possible that this thing may be potentially on the ground. Let me bear with me here. I don't like what I just saw on the radar screen, so let's take a look at this. Not seeing any kind of a debris as of yet. However, when you go back and you look at these things, you see these brighter colors suddenly evolving and developing in between the reds and the greens. That's an indication you got something going on. And so those of you in and around basically Highway 47, if you're listening to us on the app, the Show Me Live app, out of the Google or Apple stores or your Android Auto and whatever else, Apple CarPlay, whatever those are called. If you're driving along Highway 47 from, let's say, Cruz Mill and Rabbitville over toward Hensley, basically up toward the Franklin and the county line there with Franklin, pull over. Give yourself a few minutes, let that storm move through. But what I'm seeing right now on the radar returns, again, I'm going to very quickly zoom in on this one area of concern. When you see that in the middle of kind of a larger area of some pretty tight rotation, it's an indication that you may have something there that is tightening up and showing there. Now we got a brand new tornado warning, folks. That's exactly what we were talking about. The areas that we circled that had developed, now we've got a brand new tornado warning. This is for central Washington County. So those of you who were just under a tornado warning, you're under a brand new one again. This is until 11 o'clock. Central Washington County, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 11 miles southwest of Potosi, moving to the north at 40 miles an hour. So for those of you who were just under a tornado warning, you're under one again. And so the rotation right now, 11 miles southwest of Potosi. Okay, so if we're going to do that, then what we want to do, if they're saying 11 miles southwest, so let's get ourselves 11 miles southwest here.
Would that be right there below Shirley, right along P Highway and Belgrade once again?
if I have drawn everything you see, I've drawn a little extra tool we rarely use on a screen for folks to see. But if I'm correct there, that should be 11 miles right here. And so basically what they're talking about is where there was a tornado potentially that just moved over, yet another one again. I'm going to pull off some of this stuff, get rid of some of these areas
That'd be
here.
right at the C highway, P highway
Again.
junction there.
Yep, all over again. Going to go right down P Highway over toward this area all over again. The same area that it just had a warning. We've got another one, tornado warning. So this is, again, you don't want to lose and drop your guard at this point going, woo, this is not a one and done night. This is kind of what we've got going on.
And they're
in
just
the
popping
atmosphere.
up everywhere because there are no severe thunderstorm warnings associated with these storms.
Nope.
They are just firing up and spinning up like we're talking less than 5 minutes. We were just looking down that way and saying that, hey, there's more stuff coming, Potosi. You need to be aware. Right now, no warnings with those, and boom, what do you know? This just happens to pop up like this. I'm also seeing, look up around Highway 8 if you can, right there just to the east of Shirley.
Yeah.
I'm seeing some pretty bright reds up that way.
For those of you in Washington County, there is some truth to some of this because now we're reporting hundreds of people without power in Washington County as well, according to Ameren's outage map. So we are seeing some power outages, again, providing a little truth to the radar. We have two separate situations going on. It is not often that we see this, especially across southeast Missouri. We have tornado warnings. Those are moving off to the north. Then we have a straight line situation, literally a straight line that is a Boeing Echo line here that is moving off toward the east, not the north, the east. And it is moving off to the east, if I'm not mistaken, around 45 to 50 miles an hour, moving to the east. Yeah, 45 miles an hour. So we have two ongoing situations. That line of straight line, that convective bow, if you will, it has a tornado possible signature on it as well, which means a tornado warning could happen at any given moment with that as well. So these storms in Washington, Jefferson, Franklin counties moving off to the north, the storms off to the south moving even faster, but to the east. So this is not something, this reminds me of things when I, anchored news in the Tampa Bay and Orlando areas. This is what you would see because of the ocean, the sea breeze. You had the sea breeze coming in from the Atlantic and the sea breeze coming in from the Gulf of Mexico, and it would send storms in every direction. In the middle part of the country, you don't see this. This is a very rare thing whenever you see storms moving in all types of different directions, geographically speaking, just a couple of counties away. This is not a normal scenario that you would see, especially at night. We would typically see that front moving it all through, and once it's won, it's done. This is not for tonight. You want to keep your guard up until everything moves through, because any one of these storms could produce a tornado warning, or as you're seeing, a thunderstorm warning at a moment's notice. Hey, guess what? We're seeing some rapid development of some thunderstorm activity all throughout Farmington, Fredericktown, Madison, Bollinger, Perry counties. This wasn't there a few minutes ago.
I was just commenting right before they extended these that around that Iron Mountain Lake Bismarck area, it was starting to strengthen, and that Park Hills, Leadwood, Irondale, Bonterre, Deloge, beware because it's coming up. Somebody mentioned Doe Run earlier.
We have a confirmed tornado on the ground, Kyle. A confirmed tornado on the ground for Washington, southeastern Franklin, and west central Jefferson counties. That again, it's a radar confirmed tornado. But it is a confirmed tornado on the ground. Again, this is sitting on top of Richwoods currently. That is what, whenever I zoomed in on there and I said, I don't like the way that's looking, because you typically, when you see those types of returns on the radar, something's happening, and there we have it. So we have a confirmed tornado on the ground in and around the Richwoods area. Did not say Hillsboro, the Richwoods area. That was as of 3 minutes ago. So folks in in Richwoods. It's already moved out. And it's already moving into the county line there, the tri-county area between Washington, Jefferson, and Franklin counties, just to the east of Highway Double F. So those of you in and around the Maupin, and forgive me if I'm mispronouncing that, and the Lubring area, Grubville, Cottage Farm, Ware, and Mount Freedom, this area of concern, moving off to the north, Ditmer, Cedar Hill Lakes. This is an area, Highway 30, State Highway 30 between Lonedell, Hemker, Ormond, Ditmer, and Cedar Hill Lakes. If this is moving off as a confirmed tornado, what we're looking at right now to the north at 25 miles an hour. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit because I want to put a storm tracker on here. Let me get it basically right here, moving to the north at 25 miles an hour. This is not an exact. And it really, truly is not an exact. So that area, Grubville, 18 minutes, Ormond, 22 minutes, Ditmer, 28 minutes. And here's what it is. You're in those areas right now, it's storming already. I'm talking about the actual tornado that's on the ground. That's about how much time you've got. A little bit less, in all honesty. There's a slight delay in our stream. That's all digital streams. Doesn't matter if it's channels 2, 4, and 5 or 30 in St. Louis. Radio doesn't matter. There's a slight delay. Plus, there's a slight delay in the radar returns and an additional slight delay. So always remember that when we're telling you these things in these couple of minutes, subtract a couple of minutes in your mind to get to that exact situation. Again, that radar indicated for the other portion of Washington County, the returns are really interesting on the rotation here with what we've got going on. Not a huge thing to write home about. The problem is the radar itself is starting to get pummeled with some activity of its own, and it's really got a lot of stuff to see through before it even gets its way to the Potosi area. I think the Paducah site is probably going to be just far enough away. Tiny bit of rotation. And this is from the Paducah site.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I've got somebody saying that this may have just passed over H Highway. So that would put it around the Fletcher
Got you.
In Richwoods area. So somebody was asking where it was at. It appears that it would be in between Richwoods and Fletcher right now.
I think we just probably moved just off to the north there, and correct me if you think I'm wrong there, but the Maupin area is where the stronger area of rotation. It just swept. The radar just swept through and provided a fresh update.
I would say if you're along Highway Y, headed towards Grubville or Highway WW, I would say you definitely need to take shelter. If you're on Highway Double F near Luberine, it's just off to your east. I would still take cover just to be on the safe side because these can spin up from just about anywhere. We had somebody asking if they should take cover in DeSoto. I think it's off to your west right now, but definitely need to be aware because this has been confirmed on the ground, I believe.
We also have a brand new thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible signature for Crawford, southwestern Washington County, western Iron County, and Reynolds County until 11:15. Severe thunderstorms located along a line from 13 miles southwest of Steelville to 30 miles southwest of Reynolds, or along a line from 13 miles southwest of Steelville to 57 miles southwest of Ironton, moving to the east at 45 miles an hour, 60 mile an hour wind gusts, small hail, radar indicated again, tornado possible signature tag on this with 60 mile an hour winds. That means a tornado could spin up at any given moment. So basically the Weather Service in St. Louis has said, we are in agreement with the National Weather Service in Springfield. This severe line of storms, with a Boeing Echo on there, is moving through and moving toward the St. Louis area. And so, folks, for those of you who are under a tornado warning in the Potosi area and for Washington County, I have bad news for you, and that is you will also have a straight line wind situation coming in your direction basically as soon as the storms that are producing the tornado warnings have moved out of your area. I hate to be that bearer of bad news, but that's the honest to goodness truth of what you are looking at right now. And we are seeing a lot of truth to the damage that this line is creating in power outages directly behind it in southern and southwestern Missouri. And these storms don't look any weaker now than they did when they moved through those areas.
And just to reiterate on that point, folks, we don't take pleasure in constantly telling you this, and if we were unsure, we would not say it because we don't want to alarm anybody. But at the same time, it's really starting to pick up here in the Deloge Park Hills area. This is the one that was down around Bismarck, Iron Mountain Lake. It's moving up, and we're starting to see some pretty interesting development there. I don't see anything. If you look just to the east of Bonne Terre, if you get a chance to look at that one, Matt, there's some really interesting patterns developing right there. Also, so maybe an area we want to keep an eye on, just potentially.
You talking about the notches that you're seeing just to the east of East Bonne Terre there?
That's right. Here? That's basically right out. If I go walking out on my deck, I can look straight at that at that area right now. But no, folks, we can't stress this enough that just make sure you stay weather aware. If you're not listening to us, listen to the people on channel 2, 4, 5,
Take
11, whatever you listen to, from whatever weather you get it from. Even if you're just tuning in on a weather app of some kind, Weather Underground, whatever the case may be, just be weather aware. What's going on, potentially dangerous stuff. And again, it's just right over the same areas. Potosi, once again, under the gun. Belgrade was everything, and now they're going right on up. Here's Ebo, Old Mines, Cadet, Rabbittville, Richwoods, Fletcher. Now it's moved out of the Richwoods and Fletcher area at this time. So Lowndale, Cedar Hill, Grubville, Orman, Maupin. I mean, just going right on up the line. But you may not be done yet. Oh wait, do we have another one that just got issued? We do.
What?
Radar indicated
tornado. We do. And we've got a tornado warning. I see it. Yeah, let's get right to
now
it.
For southern Crawford County, southeastern Washington County, western Iron County, and northern Reynolds County until 11:15 at 10:30. So just now, thunderstorms capable of producing a tornado located on a line 12 miles west of Cherryville to 15 miles west of Reynolds, or along a line 14 miles.
All right, we've lost Kyle there for just a quick second.
I think I might have lost you.
Yeah, he's back. So anyway, I'll continue on there. West of Cherryville to 15 miles west of Reynolds, or along a line from 14 miles southwest of Steelville to 42 miles southwest of Ironton, moving to the east at 55 miles an hour. To the east at 55 miles an hour. Folks, if you are in Washington County right now, you have multiple tornado warnings and a thunderstorm warning on top of you. For those of you in Iron, Crawford, Reynolds counties, you have a thunderstorm warning. Now you have a tornado warning. We have a confirmed tornado on the ground in and around, an observed tornado. And they have pared that one back, thankfully, out of Washington County. But folks in Franklin and West Central Jefferson counties, this is the area where it is currently sitting at right now. We have so much going on the radar. Go ahead, Kyle.
If you look at that, if you go from about Rolla, just to the southeast of Rolla, on down through Salem, there is just all kinds of little notches and returns on the storm velocity that I'm looking at right now. That is a very, very wide area of rotation that they are picking up, and that's to go with. So that's why you've got this huge, that is a huge box of.
It's a blanket box, no question.
Yeah, I've never, that's old school.
It is.
What they used to do, when there would be maybe in the southern part of St. Francis County, they would just go ahead and issue for the entire county. They have issued it for basically all of western Viburnum, pretty much all of Washington County in the southwest, from on through most of Crawford County, the whole northern part of Reynolds County, which will include like Lesterville and Black, Centerville. This is a huge area right here.
Yeah, those of you just joining us, and I've seen a huge jump in folks. This is very typical, a huge jump in folks just tuning in. My name is Matt McLean. That is Kyle Douglas. This is Show Me Live, and you are seeing severe weather coverage across our entire platform, social media, as well as our online apps and the social media stores for Apple and Google. This is what we've got going on. We throw that out there because if you're driving, we don't want you watching. We'd rather you download the app and listen. We'll paint a picture with words for your own safety. That's the big key that we're bringing that to light here. We have the ability for you to do both. We also have our YouTube channel. If you have smart TVs and you want to see the full radar a lot better off than squinting on your phone, you can do that as well. So we are broadcasting in multiple different ways. So this is what we have going on. And for those of you, let's say in Donovan and Carter counties and off to the north, it is very likely you're also going to have a thunderstorm warning. You're just under Paducah's control. St. Louis has already issued theirs, plus a tornado warning on top of everything else that they have going on there. So we have an observed, confirmed tornado for now for Franklin and Jefferson counties. The Washington County part has been allowed to expire. Then we have a brand new tornado warning, 2 of them actually, and they're actually stacked on top of each other. Those of you that the storm that just moved through that prompted the tornado warning for places like Potosi, went along Highway P, and went along places off to the north from there. You now have a brand new tornado warning for a storm yet to arrive. This is round 3 for you. I'm sorry, but it's the truth. This is not a night where it's a one and done. You got to move and make sure that you keep a weather aware situation. So for those of you in Washington County right now, we're going to just really kind of hone in on that for a moment, as well as Iron and Reynolds County and Crawford County. Brand new blanket tornado warning. This could be from anything. Let me pop open that information as well. We've got a lot of stuff on the screen, and I recognize it can get very confusing, especially if you're watching on mobile devices. So again, if you are able to utilize safely like a YouTube on your smart screen, on your smart TVs, that's your best bet right now because we've got so much on the screen. You'll see it a lot more clearly. So severe thunderstorms capable of producing a tornado located along a line from 12 miles west of Cherryville to 15 miles west of Reynolds, or along a line from 14 miles southwest of Sealville to 42 miles southwest of Ironton, moving to the east at 55 miles per hour. That is going to be on top of you much faster than the previous 2 tornado warnings in Washington County. Much, much faster. Go ahead, Kyle.
I'm just responding to some people on here. I'm trying to stay caught up. We've got a lot of people under warnings right now, and they're asking questions. I'm really trying, folks, to get going. I'm trying to read and look and do all the stuff. Let Matt kind of take the reins here and let him go with it. I'm kind of trying to handle the social media side of it here just to try to let people know where everything is. So bear with me, folks. I haven't forgotten about you. We haven't forgotten about you. We are trying to bring you great coverage here and just try to keep you informed. So please, I see you. Give me time. I'm looking at it. I want to make sure. We had somebody ask about Lesterville. Lesterville right now is probably just getting a little bit of rain or anything like that. But folks, it's coming. So it's a little bit off to the west right now, around Highway 19, west of 72, if you're in the Lesterville area. So just be patient with us here. It'll be coming your way before too long, it would appear. I'm putting my radar in motion here. Yeah, you guys in the Lesterville area, Centerville area, just be on your guard. Right now you are under a warning, but everything appears to be down around the Eminence, Highway 19, coming across Highway 72. So be aware there. And I'm trying to catch up to everybody. So please, folks, just bear with me. I'll try to hit as many of them as I can. And we'll let Mr. McLean here do his thing and keep you guys informed. And we do appreciate you guys tuning in. We're trying our best to keep everybody weather informed. So
multiple tornado warnings, multiple thunderstorm warnings, and we are on top of everything as possible, and it may not be over yet. So I just want to bring that out to you as well, that we still have additional warnings to go through tonight. And it's unfortunate, especially for those of you in Crawford and Washington counties. You've been under the gun now. This is your 3rd round of tornado warnings in just the past 60 to 90 minutes. And so I really can't stress enough, please exercise plenty of extra caution. Those of you in Iron and Reynolds County as well, this is, Iron County had a tornado warning earlier and so did Crawford. But for Reynolds County, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, this is the first tornado warning for the night for Reynolds County as well. And you're going, but it's not even raining where I'm at in Ellington. It's not even doing whatever. Listen, these are moving to the east at 55 miles an hour, and it's right at the Reynolds and Shannon-Dent County lines for Reynolds County. It's moving very rapidly. It's not going to take long. Same holding true for you folks in Viburnum. In fact, zooming in just a little bit right here from Ark, Mounts, Dent, Ford, almost toward Diller, Howes Mill, Stonehill, toward Boss. Right now in Boss, you're just about 60 seconds away. Viburnum, you're probably about 5 minutes away. Why are you saying that? But you're talking about, I'm looking at the screen. It can't be. 55 miles an hour added up. Yes, it can be. Courtois as well. You're looking about 7-8 minutes max. Dillard, probably about 3 minutes. Davisville, probably about 7 to 8 minutes just because of the way that the line is drawn. This area is moving at 55. This area is moving at 55, but there's a little bit more real estate between Davisville and the leading line versus Viburnum and the Courtois area and the Dillard area, Bixby, all around this area. East End, grew up in this area, know exactly where all these back roads are at, and I'm telling you, there's a lot of homes in this area all throughout, and so that we're trying to keep you ahead of the storm, keep you safe. And we're monitoring areas of further development that's rapidly beginning. This did not exist 20, 30 minutes ago on the radar site. These are all brand spanking new. The only hope that we can have with some of this is that it will rob the atmosphere since we are after dark and the sun isn't there to really generate a lot of extra energy. It's the only hope that we've got. Brand new thunderstorm warning there. That's from Paducah. Not shocked. We got a Carter in northwestern Ripley counties until 11:30. It's for this line, and it's a solid wall of severe weather, straight line winds, now rotation, tornadic activity, and it is bowing out, which means it is going to be a bear when it moves through, and I hate to be that blunt about it, but that's exactly what you're looking at. I might as well tell you the truth because that's what's happening. You've got a very strong line of winds that's got to make their way through. How do I know this? Look at all the power outages directly behind this line. They are everywhere, and they are by the thousands. And so this is an indication with all of these power outages where this line of storms that is now moving into the heart of our coverage area has been, it is prompting multiple power outages across the area. So you don't really get a power outage situation this large unless there's some truth to the radar returns that's indicating very strong activity, high winds, and hail, especially when you see a bowing echo coming out onto your screen like this on the radar. That's an indication of some very high winds with these storms. So folks in this area, I know some of you are just under a thunderstorm warning. Treat it seriously. It's a big deal this time because it's a very strong line of winds moving through, and it's a solid wall at that in most instances. Go ahead, Kyle.
I've had some people asking about our YouTube channel, wanting us to tune in. I would imagine they should be able to go to YouTube and search up Show Me Live Radio.
It's either on that one, yes, or Blue Cheetah Media, either one. You can search for either one, and both of them are broadcasting live right now. Let me double check and make sure because, yes, I fully understand that.
Yeah,
and so,
I had a few people asking on here, and they're trying to stay tuned and everything. So, and I'm trying to answer. We had somebody asking about Berryman. That was Abigail. It's not quite there yet. It's probably raining very hard there. Not quite there yet, but you are under the gun. So just be weather aware. Not to say that there would be any tornado there, but you're going to be included in that polygon watch area.
Exactly.
So just be weather aware. Even if you don't think it's coming, or if it looks like it's not coming, I would definitely not take my chances. I would get to a safe spot. If you can get to a basement, a storm cellar, or anything like that, I recommend you do that now. If you're in the western part of Washington County along Highway 8, the Steelville area, Viburnum area, I mean, it's on its way, guys. So a lot of people ask about Park Hills and Bonne Terre, those areas. We may be seeing this stuff here before too long. We've got a little bit of time, but again, we're not out of the clear, or we're not in the clear just yet. So
I did check very quickly while you were talking. We are for YouTube, Show Me Live, as well as Blue Cheetah Media. Search either one of them, and it should show that we are broadcasting live on both. It's the same feed, just two separate channels. Listen to either, watch either one. You're good to go. But again, yes, we do have an observed with 17 more minutes now, a tornado warning for folks in Franklin and Jefferson counties. We have another tornado warning. This is for Washington County, central Washington County. It's in effect for another 17 minutes. Then we have another tornado warning. This one is also for Washington County, but Crawford, Iron, and Reynolds County until 11:15 as well. We also have thunderstorm warnings with tornado possible signatures on them. And we have now brand new tornado warning. Bear with me. I'm going to get all of this off the screen.
Man, man, these are popping up like crazy. It's like popcorn.
We have now a brand new tornado warning. This is for Jefferson County and northeastern Washington County again. This is a brand new warning until 11:15. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 7 miles northeast of Old Mines or 7 miles southwest of DeSoto, moving to the northeast at 60 miles an hour. I'm a little concerned about what we're seeing with that. And I'm also concerned about these areas right here. It's a solid line, I promise. The St. Louis radar has its limitations, and toward the Winona area is where we're getting. But we're also seeing an extra band and another band starting to develop in what I hope. It's been a hot minute since we've seen something like this across our region. And yes, we've had a very severe spring, no question. But this was, while expected to be on the strong side tonight, this is actually more than what was originally forecasted by the National Weather Service and the forecasters for tonight with regard to all of this. In fact, there was a chance that in southeast Missouri, this would start to die down, and that's not happening. I wish it were. It's not. Southern Crawford County, southwestern Washington County, Iron County, Reynolds County, tornado warning till 11:15. We, again, go down through the line. Jefferson and northeastern Washington County until 11:15. We have a confirmed tornado on the ground for Franklin and Jefferson County. That is until 11 p.m. Then we have the thunderstorm warnings, which, folks, again, very strong winds, tornado possible signature on these things, including by the Paducah Weather Service for our southern counties, Carter County and Ripley County. That's until 11:30. Then we also have, again, Crawford, Washington, Iron, and Reynolds County until 11:15 with a tornado possible tag on that. And we are going to see more warnings as these lines go through. Folks in Farmington, Fredericktown, Ironton, Piedmont, Poplar Bluff, all the way through Perryville. You're getting thunderstorms right now that just popped up. You got more on the way. This is not going anywhere as far as dissipation and strength. Just prepare yourself the next few hours. I know you may have a work day tomorrow. Everybody's going to be going for the coffee machine, I can assure you, because we are not out of the woods and won't be for a good while across southeast Missouri. It's just as simple as that as of this point in time, unless we just have something really weird in the atmosphere suddenly siphon all the energy that's just not foreseen. It looks like we're in it for the long haul right now. Kyle, it looks like we are continuing to see a whole lot of activity here. I'm just thoroughly impressed at this line.
You can't help but marvel at this. I mean, and I don't mean that to be in a disrespectful or crazy way, but I mean, this blew up. And we were talking about this, 30 minutes ago when it was west of Salem, like, hey, heads up, this could just be thunderstorm warning stuff. And man, it hit about Salem, west of Viburnum, Ellington area, and it just blew up again. Yeah. And we're just seeing there's just a whole lot of fuel in the atmosphere and rotation and instability around the Iron County, Washington County, Crawford County, St. Francis County areas right now. That's just causing these things to just spin like crazy right now.
Yeah, so I've just taken the radar for just a moment off the screen. Everything that you see flashing on your screen is the red is a tornado warning, yellow is a thunderstorm warning. There's a tornado watch in effect for everyone in our coverage area until 3 a.m. Doesn't matter which side of the river you're on, Southwest Illinois.
Just issued another tornado warning.
I see
this
it.
one. Let's see.
It is for
Right,
Crawford, Franklin,
northern
Gasconade, and
Crawford,
Washington
Franklin,
County.
Gasconade, Washington County until 11:30. Thunderstorm producing a tornado locating along the line 6 miles south of Owensville to over Steelville, moving northeast at 40. Sullivan, Cuba, Owensville, Steelville, Bourbon, Anthony's Mill, Gerald Bland, Rosebud, Leesburg, St. Cloud, Japan, Oak Hill, and Canaan. I may have said that wrong. I'm sorry if I did. Onondaga Cave State Park, Merrimack State Park, Interstate 44 between exits 203 and 228 just now came up. So be aware, guys. I was just getting ready to comment to somebody about Sullivan and say right now everything looks south, and that one popped up. So no, Sullivan, Owensville, Cuba, Bourbon, Steelville. I would definitely seek shelter.
Yeah, most definitely. And for those of you who do have the Show Me Live app, you're about to receive a push alert indicating that this is a very dangerous situation. We reserve that for a very dangerous situation, and this is what we have right now unfolding across the coverage area. This is not very normal that we would have something like this. A little bit of good news: the tornado warning over the Potosi area has been allowed to expire. Don't take a deep breath yet. You have more knocking on your western doorstep, and it is highly likely, one way or another, that you're going to be under, at minimum, a thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible signature tag in the coming minutes, or a full-blown tornado warning as well. So keep that in mind. Don't let your guard down yet. We aren't over. This is not over yet.
Okay. Had someone asking about Imperial, saying they've been asking for quite some time. We apologize for that. These things have been popping up like crazy, and we've been trying to get it going. Imperial Kimmswick right now looks like you're getting moderate rain, but heavy rain is coming. You are in the warned area, so I would definitely be ready to seek shelter. Arnold, you're looking at that same thing. Burns Mill, Scottsdale, Cedar Hill, Hillsboro, Peevely, Herculaneum, for those who don't understand my shortened abbreviation there. Festus, Hematite, Jarvis, Hillsboro, Mount Freedom, DeSoto, still kind of in the middle of it. Yeah, I mean, pretty much all of Jefferson County, you are under a warning right now, with the exception of the extreme southeast part. Festus, it seems to be north of you, but that doesn't mean you're out of the woods just yet. Another strong storm developing just to the west of Bonne Terre, so right around the Terre de Lac, Frenchtown area, right along the Washington County, St. Francis County line. Settletown, Valley Mines, heads up, you're about to get it again. Let's see, Potosi, you've been dropped from it, but hey, heads up, there's more coming your way. There's tornado warned storm that's going through the Viburnum, Steelville, Cherryville, Huzaw, Berryman, Palmer, Delbridge, heads up. It's coming your way. Let's see, let me zoom in here. Down in Crawford County, let's see, is that Crawford County? Yeah, just to the south of Viburnum there. Centerville, heads up, it's coming your way. Lesterville, won't be long. Ellington, you're you're out of the tornado warned area, but you're under severe thunderstorm warning right now. Heads up, it could be coming your way. There's some interesting developments there. It's just a huge line going all the way up from, basically Owensville, all the way down past Ellington into Winona. That is one massive line of thunderstorms. And then, of course, you've got them moving into Jefferson County, those areas right now. St. Louis, I would say in the, Sunset Hills, Des Peres, Arnold. This would be Fenton. I would say you're under the gun. Sappington, let's see, is that right? Yeah, Sappington, Sunset Hills, Green Park, Lakeshire. If you're listening up that way, heads up. These storms are headed right for you.
Yeah, we are seeing returns on the radar of more than 80 and 85 miles an hour radar indicated winds that is currently sitting just to the north of Viburnum. So basically between Czar and Davisville. But I hesitate to even say that. That doesn't mean that there aren't high winds elsewhere. When you have such a large area of real estate under a type of a radar return, I want to show you something very quickly. The radome itself. This is the Weldon Spring National Weather Service radome, the rate where the radar is at. It is currently under a very heavy amount of thunderstorm activity itself. Sometimes that can impact the ability for it to see, especially the further out you go. It's just something we're going to have to monitor. I'm going to flip over to Springfield. It's really reaching the edge of that little. I know on cell phones and stuff. I know it's such a small screen. That's why we're trying to push folks into our YouTube channels. Look for Blue Cheetah Media. Look for Show Me Live on YouTube, and it should show that we are broadcasting in that area. But for right now, this is reaching the edge of what Springfield is able to safely see. We are receiving some confirmed reports by law enforcement in Dent County now. Trees down about 10 miles east of Salem on Highway 32. We also have multiple trees down 3 to 4 miles south of Salem reported by law enforcement. That's not going to be the last that we see about storm reports coming up in the coming next hour or two. No question in my mind. For those of you, the observed tornado warning, we're back down to a radar indicated, but it could go back up to observed fairly quickly. Let me see. I think we're reaching the edge of what Paducah can see safely. We are. And so the unfortunate aspect is, even though the radar in St. Louis is being pummeled right now with its own weather directly on the dome. So especially if you get hail bouncing off of that, it's the radar. I mean, it's a device. And so everything has its limitations. And so I suspect that what is happening, and for those of you watching and listening right now, I hope you hear me very carefully. Some of this that you're seeing, very possible and more than likely, is stronger than what it is showing on this screen right now, simply because of the numerous quantities of thunderstorm activity that we're seeing, but also the radar site itself is getting hit with a lot of severe weather right on top of it, or strong weather. There's no warnings directly above it, but a lot of weather. And so it can see, right? It can, but it's a lot better when the radar itself is not getting pummeled with stuff. It's a lot more sensitive and can see a lot easier through some of this stuff. So just exercise some extra areas of caution here. Those of you in Washington County, right now, the leading edge, I'm going to see if it's able to pull in any kind of rotation, and it's really struggling. This is a different mode, and we put it on a slightly different mode simply because it's a little bit more sensitive, can hopefully see through some of that rain, but because also it's a straight line wind situation. All of this that you're seeing, everything in the light blue, the bright blue, is indicating some high winds. It's probably a few thousand feet in the atmosphere. So what's making its way to the ground? Well, we know some of it is because we're getting reports of power outages. So exactly how strong, and trees down as well. Exactly how strong, we're not sure. But as of this point, does it really matter at this point? If it's causing power outages and creating damage, who cares? It's still a strong wind and it's creating problems. So seek shelter and do your things. There's another 80 mile an hour over Davisville right now. And again, it's just one of those things where you look at it and go, I can hardly believe my eyes as to some of the stuff that we're seeing. Let me see if we've got any debris. I doubt that the radar, not really. Possibly some dust up from some high winds. When you have something that's really not highly concentrated, it's a really large area. It could potentially be dust up of dirt. It could be flocks of birds that have been disturbed by the high winds. A lot of different stuff there. Yeah, the radar can be sensitive like that. It can be, if it's able to see clearly out from its own radome as of this point. So let me flip over to Springfield very quickly, because we have this severe line of storms moving through. And this is just this area here that we're going to have to monitor through the next several minutes on exactly everything that takes place there. Still a radar indicated tornado warning for Crawford, Washington, Iron, and Reynolds County. We still have a tornado warning that's in effect for Crawford, Franklin, Gasconade, and Washington County. Separate warnings, okay? Now we have a warning as well for just a few moments ago for Jefferson County remains in effect until 11:15, producing a tornado possible radar indicated rotation over Hillsborough, moving to the northeast at 60 miles an hour. This includes I-55 in Missouri. If you're listening to us by app and driving down the road, again, I know when severe weather moves through, we sometimes rotate a lot of listeners. We really hope that you listen while driving. Watching is for whenever you're not driving or passengers in your vehicle, but please listen on the app as a safety mechanism on those aspects there. So for those of you just joining us, we really ask you to do those things for your own aspects. But a very nasty, mean line of storms is now moving through the heart of our the heart of our coverage area right now. This line, let me see. It's not as sensitive when you do a multi-site, but it will at least show us the line because this is a nationwide type of a situation, a culmination. So you can see basically all the way in toward Dallas, Texas, just north of there. This line that is moving through our area is a part of that. And it's moving through this whole area here, and it's got to get through however much further it goes as of this point throughout the evening here. As long as there's fuel in the atmosphere for it to siphon, it's going to stick around, and it's going to do its thing, and it's going to create some damage behind it. Lots of storm reports popping up now. Lots of power outages popping out now. Go ahead.
Kind of give you a chance to catch your breath there for a minute, kind of look over some data. I'm going to try. I've been trying so hard to keep up with the chat and everything. We've got a lot of people asking about the Richwoods area. Richwoods, you are not out of the woods yet. As a matter of fact, Washington County, St. Francis County, Iron County, you are not out of the woods yet. Jefferson County, you are not out of the woods yet. Franklin County, Crawford County, the eastern parts of Crawford County, not out of the woods yet. I'm going to try to make a blanket one here so I don't, and I'll try to get to everybody eventually. Bismarck, not out of the woods yet. So anybody that's listening in Iron, Crawford, Washington, Reynolds County, St. Francis County, Jefferson County, Franklin County, we are all under the gun right now. St. Genevieve County, I've had a few people ask about St. Genevieve and Bloomsdale areas. There's been some thunderstorms develop out in front of this. No surprise considering how much energy is in the atmosphere. Right now, you guys are okay, but I would be weather aware within the next hour. This stuff could slide to the east and clip you guys. So just be very, very weather aware. Stay tuned here to Show Me Live Radio or whatever you're comfortable going with, whether it be, one of the St. Louis news stations or KFES 12, if you can catch that. Coming out of Cape, I'm sure they're watching this as well because this involves some of their coverage area. Just be very, very weather aware of this. Again, we appreciate you guys tuning in, and I apologize I haven't been able to answer all of those in the chat. I'm really trying on that, but it's hard. Everybody's asking a lot of the same areas: the Richwoods, the Potosies, the Terradallacs, Park Hills, all that. Just Imperial, DeSoto, Hillsborough, Cedar Lake areas and things like that. You got to be weather aware right now because this line here that's stretching pretty much from Owensville all the way down to almost Ellington has got, a tornado warned area. It's a massive area right now that's in the warned area. So you've just got to be weather aware, and we'll try to pinpoint it for you. So please just bear with us. We appreciate you tuning in. We appreciate your patience. And again, I will do my best to try to catch up with that while Matt has hopefully caught his breath here and is able to kind of keep us up to date.
The thought process comes to mind when you enter, this happens from time to time, for example, in Oklahoma and Kansas, blanket tornado warnings that covers multiple counties at a time. You have to wonder if the National Weather Service in St. Louis, everybody's been watching this line. This line that is moving through our area right now has been alive and causing damage for hours now. hours. It started out in places like Oklahoma and Kansas and has made its way now through our area, or is making its way through our area right now. You have to just kind of wonder if they saw the winds, they saw the ability of what these winds are able to do, and they've just issued blanket warnings. I'm not saying that that's what they've done by any stretch, but you and I both know that nowadays the polygon warnings like what we're seeing right now in Jefferson County, where it's not even the whole county, it's just the impact of the storm, versus a blanket warning that if you were in a car would take you at almost 2 hours to get from one end to the other. And it's all under one, a tornado warning at the same exact time for this line. It's just kind of one of those things where you have to look at and go, okay, what are they thinking and why? And here's why I say that, because when you start looking at the radar returns for velocity, you're getting winds sometimes in excess of 85 miles an hour that the radar is picking up on and saying, hey, this is a serious situation. And so the question mark that you have in your mind at that point is, okay, have they just done this? Because when you start getting 80 miles an hour, it doesn't really matter if it's a straight line wind or a tornadic wind, it's going to do damage. And that's just the reality of the situation that you have to really mentally, bring yourself aware. I'm going to be very curious here in just a few minutes, because these are moving so rapidly. What kind of warning are we going to see for the remainder of Washington County? Yeah, folks in Potosi, you got one more round coming through, and it's going to sting. I hate to tell you, it just is. And for places like Ironton and Farmington and Bonne Terre that maybe hasn't seen a whole lot this evening so far, it's coming. It is coming all the way around. So what we're about to see and how they issue those warnings, we do have a brand new tornado warning. This is probably just outside our coverage area. It is Calhoun and Pike counties until 11:45. If you got any friends that are up there, just outside our coverage area, but we'll throw it out there anyway. As well. But I am genuinely curious as to what they're going to infill with these warnings that are coming up. If you're in Courtois right now, you're under the gun of this straight line type of a situation. And there could be a spin up of a tornado at any given moment on this entire line as this wall of thunderstorm activity is moving through our area right now. So for those of you in and around, I mean, literally almost all the way to the Arkansas border, all the way to not far from Jefferson City, the Owensville area. I mean, when you stop and think about it, you've got a very large amount of real estate currently under some type of a thunderstorm or tornado warning as of right now. So we're going to monitor this. Obviously, we're here. We're not going anywhere. For those of you that get to be in the clear, I've got a feeling we're going to start getting those messages. Are we in the clear yet? Are we in the clear yet?
Yep, we've been getting a lot of those.
Folks
right
in
now.
Salem, while there is a tornado watch that's still in effect, I'm going to go back and double check before I speak out loud to see if anything has been dropped. But as far as
we don't want the old announcer curse.
No, not even close. Not even close. But I will say for places like Pulaski County, which is basically the Fort Leonard Wood area, the tornado watch has been dropped. And just to the west of the Gasconade County line, it's just outside our coverage area, the tornado watch has been dropped. But Phelps County still has it active and everything. Basically, our entire coverage area remains that. But the good news is this. It looks as if once this line moves through, you're going to be in the clear. So folks in Salem, yeah, it's raining, but you're probably in the clear right now. And so that's something, at least a little bit of good news to pass along to you. But for those of you in ahead of these storms, you are most definitely not in the clear, not even close. And so we've got to figure out exactly how these things are going to really kind of make their way throughout the area. What we hope is that they start dying out. Boy, would I ever love that? Would Kyle, all of us, you listening, watching, we would love that. But we right now, we're just going to have to wait and see if this happens. We hope the atmosphere will start to calm down. The main hope is that these areas of storms that developed within the past hour, I hope and fingers crossed that it has robbed the atmosphere of some instability. Fingers crossed. I'm so hopeful. And then what will end up happening is, because it doesn't have a whole lot of instability fuel, if you will, to grab and keep forming and keep cycling through and keep staying strong, I hope that we'll start seeing this die out a little bit. Boy, would that be a great night for that to take place right now. But,
yeah, and I'm supposed to go to the zoo on a school trip tomorrow. And everything. So
you're going to see a lot of tornado damage at the St. Louis Zoo as well. So
they said that was a
brand new tornado warning.
Yep, I just saw it pop up.
All right, so here's what we've got. Bless your hearts, and that is a northern bless your heart if there ever was one. Franklin, Washington County, northeastern Iron County, western St. Francis County. That's the first time tonight St. Francis County's had a tornado warning until 11:45 tonight. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located along a line from 6 miles north of Gerald to 7 miles north of Ellington, or along a line from 11 miles southwest of New Haven to 25 miles southwest of Ironton, moving to the east at 40 miles an hour. I want you to think about that for just a moment. They have just described this entire line as being capable of producing a tornado. It's exactly as we were just talking about. It's a blanket tornado warning because every ounce of this thunderstorm, of this line of very severe weather, it could spin up a tornado in a moment's notice. But the reality is you're also going to be dealing with a lot of high winds as well, irrespective of whether or not it's a tornado. Straight line winds can do just as much damage as a tornado can. The only difference is all the debris moves in one direction instead of spins in circles. Nevertheless, you are still in for a rough ride no matter what. So we are still seeing winds throughout this entire line above 60, 70, 80 miles an hour in and around where these storm warnings are area, with one exception. And that exception is right here, a little bit of a touch of rotation that is more well-defined in a separate tornado warning just to the east of Owensville, near Gerald, and moving toward Union, St. Clair. Talking about Washington an hour or so ago, well, now you're under a tornado warning, and it is for this area right here that we're talking about. So keeping in mind that whenever you see a calm situation like that, it's very loosely defined, it's very noisy, but it is an area of rotation. What you have down here is a very different situation with straight line winds that could spin up a tornado at a moment's notice, but you are not going to get out of all of these winds. It is just a wall of wind, basically as far as the radar can see, flipping over to Paducah. Let me see if it can see it more clearly, and it sure can. To some degree. It's got its limitations as well, but for some of this, especially the southern coverage area, it is starting to show these areas of winds in a pretty good aspect of things there. And so it's looking into the storm. St. Louis is having to look down upon the storm, and Springfield is looking at the back end of the storm and trying to figure out where all these winds are at. And it's just showing as it does. And so there's limitations. St. Louis is the closest radar to all of these aspects. And so that's what you're looking at. Go for it.
I was going to say the one that was just issued for the western part of like St. Francis and the rest of Iron and Washington County yet again, they're saying up around Ellington. I'm looking up around the Centerville area. Is that where they're kind of seeing that rotation at?
Yes, just to the north there's a very good little pocket of some rotation there off away from the main line of severe winds that are moving through. So if they're talking basically right along between Highway 21 and 49 between Black and Centerville, that's a very good indication of some potential
that's the one I was looking at. And let's see, that is moving. Let me look here. Yeah, that's moving almost in a northeast direction, it looks like. Let me see what they've got, where they've got that one tracked here.
I'll put it into motion for you. For those of you watching, I've got a split screen going on again. To your right, that's the radar returns that you're used to seeing. To your left, those are winds. And the brighter and darker blues, that's the higher winds that you're looking at. The greens, that's a little bit of a calmer situation. So you got a wall of wind that's moving through the coverage area right now.
They've got it moving to the east, but I'm not one to argue with the National Weather Service or anything. They are better trained than I am. But boy, I tell you what, if I'm in Ironton, Pilot Knob, Elephant Rocks, Iron Mountain Lake, Bismarck, I would be very much aware. Terre de Lac, I would definitely have my eyebrows arched and looking at that one just a little bit, and everything. So let me get back to trying to answer some people's questions here.
Yeah, a lot of stuff going on. So we've got the split screen. What to your left, that's where the winds are at. To your right, that's the actual radar. And we have yet another, it looks like a brand new tornado warning once again that has been issued. Let's pop it open here. Jefferson and St. Louis counties, as well as Monroe County, until midnight. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Hillsborough, moving to the northeast at 30 miles an hour. Radar indicated tornado Chesterfield, Wildwood, Baldwin, Kirkwood, Arnold, Manchester, Crestwood, Festus, Eureka, Columbia, Ellisville, Sunset Hills, Des Peres, Valley Park, Peevely, Dupont, Fenton, Herculaneum, Hillsborough, and Burns Mill, and everything in between. You are under the gun right now as well. So we've got that brand new tornado warning. We have at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or at least 8 counties under an active tornado, 9 and 10, at least 10 tornado counties in our coverage area under an active tornado warning right now. I may have even missed one. Nevertheless, if you're within our coverage area right now, which is you're asking, it's basically Gasconade through Franklin, Crawford, Dent, Shannon counties, all the way to the Missouri, Arkansas border, and drawing a line over through St. Louis and parts of southwest Illinois, and then all of southeast Missouri through the Boot Heel. That's our coverage area, and we are in the heart of our coverage area right now with thunderstorm and tornado activity. That is what we are looking at currently, with multiple warnings, blanket tornado warnings because of a severe line of winds that could spurn up a tornado at any given moment. So the winds that we're seeing right now, very quickly, let's go ahead and get to it. And this is a little bit further away from the radar, but nevertheless, still showing some heavy signs there, some very strong winds. And the radar site itself is seeing its own area of some heavy thunderstorm activity that's right on top of it. That can at times have a slight impact on the sensitivity of what the radar is able to see and not see. So again, maybe add just a hair, just a tiny bit of strength to the screen that you're seeing right now, and that's probably a little bit more closer to reality the further away you get from the radar. So the heart of our coverage area, Washington, Iron, Reynolds counties, and off to the south from there, that's kind of what you're looking at currently. It's sometimes can be a little bit more sensitive than other times. Here's a prime example. Just flipped it over to Paducah, and look how much stronger this line of thunderstorm activity looks across Washington, Iron, and Reynolds County. Case proven right there. That's what you kind of want to monitor and look at. For those of you in Viburnum, I want to double check. Kyle, on your screen, are you seeing where the tornado warning for Crawford and places like Viburnum and Dent County and portions of Reynolds, has that been dropped on your screen as well?
Yes, it has.
Okay.
Viburnum, southwestern part of Washington, Cuba, and Crawford County, they look to be okay. Salem, Reynolds County, that has been dropped. So it looks like just in the northeastern part of Iron County, so right where about the 7 kind of starts to turn south there in Iron County, St. Francis County, I would say all of northern Washington, and I would say for all of eastern Washington, the western part, Terre de Lac, heads up. You might just want to be aware. Leadwood, Irondale, Caledonia, Bismarck, Iron Mountain Lake, Potosi, for the 4th or 5th time tonight, heads up.
Yeah.
So, Park Hills, Leadwood, Deloge, Bonne Terre, I would say be aware. Farmington, it's hard to say right now.
Farmington is not under a warning, but it will very well likely could be.
I'm kind of stretching out where I think where they could expand this here in just a moment.
That's coming. I think that's a very safe. So moving to the east at 40 miles an hour. Here's one thing I want to point out. They didn't drop the warnings because the storms have weakened. They dropped the warnings behind that because the storms are basically moved out of that area. And so the leading line of severe winds and anything that could produce a tornado has basically moved into the area that they now have a tornado warning issued for. I'm going to be very curious as to how Paducah continues on with anything along those lines. When it comes to our coverage area in places like Wayne County and Poplar Bluff, Butler County, in and around that area, because again, flipping back over to the other radar, you can kind of see how it's piecemealing together. You see strong activity in places like St. Louis, Jefferson County, city of St. Louis, you folks in the city of St. Louis. There's about 17,000 customers without power, understandably, as some of that has been because of the tornadic activity within the past couple of days. And we still have potentially more severe weather moving through as we go out and about and go along here. But for those of you in, give me a moment. I think I want to bring the tilt up for those of you in Franklin County. It's going to look a little noisy, but I'm looking for something in particular here, and that's why I'm doing this.
You've got an interesting signature on the velocity right around in between like Terre de Lac and Frenchtown and Cadet right now. Very interesting signature right through there. It's all green around it, and then there's this little patch of...
A little notch?
Yeah, a little dark red right there. I just had somebody tell me that they had... they sounded the sirens in Terre de Lac, and then it got very still and quiet.
So you are under an active tornado warning, no question. And just as the Weather Service has talked about, any little spin-ups can produce a tornado on this line at any given moment. This is the atmosphere is just simply conducive where you are under a tornado warning. And yeah, exactly. I'm zooming in very clearly. Terre de Lac. Basically the western area of Terre de Lac. This area all right here is showing a little bit of an instability. It's a loosely based rotation, but again, it's a lengthy line of storms. Putting the stuff back on there, a little bit of a notch, a little bit of a thing going on there. Yeah, we could have some problems going on, no question. Let me look at this from a Paducah standpoint. Let me see if it's able to see a little bit of velocity. Thankfully, when it comes to the Paducah radar, as we are moving further east, it will help alleviate some of what the St. Louis radar is struggling to see right now because it's under the gun itself. The radar physical site itself is getting a lot of severe and strong weather. So the Paducah radar is maybe now you're going, but it changed colors. Well, that's because it's looking at it from a different vantage point. These storms are on the way to Paducah, are on the way to the radar site. And so that's why it's no longer the same exact color. But we're going to look for those things. There's just so much going on the site right now. Let me flip back over to the res velocity. Again, a lot of thunderstorm activity, placing it into motion. That's what we're looking at. And so this area especially, right here, especially is the problem. So basically, Reynolds County, Iron, and now Central Washington County, you folks in Belgrade, for example, you are under the gun right now when it comes to some very potentially high winds, at least as far as what the radar is showing. Belgrade and Caledonia both getting some potentially high winds right now. Let's see what we've got going on. Let me click on something here, and a little bit of rotation in all fairness being picked up around the Caledonia area. Now this is back to the St. Louis radar. That's why it looks so different all of a sudden here. So bear with me here. It is picking up the winds, and I'm going to try to get it back to green, and pay no attention. Let me pull that off. That's not relevant for the type of radar that I've got going on. And the returns. But that rotation around the Terre de Lac area that Kyle is talking about there, it is very possible. And yes, it is under. Now here's another area or another notch of concern. And this is right here along 185, also in a tornado warning near Ebo, just to the north of Floyd, potentially an area of rotation there. And it's almost kind of a moot point to keep pointing these things out because of the wall of wind, at least as the radar is showing, is moving through all of this area. Now, whether or not there's truth to it, well, Crawford County is now reporting some power outages. So is Dent County and so is Shannon County. So there's at least some truth to this. Some trees have been reported down as well. How extensive all of this, it just remains to be seen. So we're going to have to it's a wait and see. So those of you who are able to comment, I'll flip back over to the chat here for just a moment. Take a look at some different comments and stuff. Farmington and Bonne Terre, they're asking, yeah, very shortly there's a possibility you're going to be under a tornado warning or at least a thunderstorm warning very, very soon, any moment now. Receiving a report, sideways rain, heavy sideways rain, and winds are crazy in Caledonia. Thank you for providing some truth to the radar returns. That is not surprising at all. And I want to tell you, those of you under the gun right now and you're watching or listening, once this line moves through, there may still be some rain to go through in the coming hours, but the tornado watch box is getting pared back as this line moves through. So we've just got to get through this throughout our coverage area right now. Once it moves through, fingers crossed, we don't see any more spawning. It looks like a more stable type of a rainfall, stable atmosphere behind this leading line that is moving through right now. Sideways rain, high winds around Caledonia. Certainly not shocked at all in any way, shape, or form. Flipping it over to a base velocity here that can hopefully get me, let's go right here. Yeah, we're showing in the Caledonia area 50, and this is in the atmosphere a little ways from the radar site out of St. Louis. Bellevue 60, 65. Pilot Knob, let's look at this, 67, 65 miles an hour. Again, that's probably about 1,000, 1,500, 2,000 feet off the ground, above ground level, AGL. So that's going to probably a little bit of truth to that, maybe making its way to the ground. Sideways rain, yeah, it's probably, it's not too terribly far off. But as soon as you get past that, the winds calm down a lot, 10, 15 miles an hour. That's manageable. We just have to get through this initial punch of high winds.
10 to 15 miles an hour is detrimental to my golf ball when I'm trying to play. And trust me, I played golf over the weekend, and I had some wind-aided bad shots with some of that. But
yeah.
We had somebody mention that sirens going off in Bismarck. Nothing's there. Hey, batten down the hatches. It's coming.
It's on its way.
It's coming, friend, and it is a really odd-looking thing from about Irondale all the way down to Iron Mountain Lake. It's like it turns into a big scoop or like almost a mouth.
Yeah.
That's indication of some very strange straight line winds there. Very, very peculiar looking notch. I was just looking at the winds there. I'm not seeing anything like major out of that, but it's just a very oddly shaped return right now. Let's see.
I'll tell you what I would like to see on the radar, but what we are not seeing. So those of you in Farmington, the rest of St. Francis County, even portions of southern Jefferson County, DeSoto, Festus, Heads Up, St. Jen, Fredericktown. What I would like to see right now, but I'm not, is an outflow boundary. An outflow boundary is just basically an extra line directly ahead of the storm. And what that basically means is the storms are running out of fuel and the winds are starting to go into a downburst situation, and it's causing the storms to weaken. More or less, the easy way of putting it, the storms would be running out of fuel and they're starting to weaken, and we're not seeing that. So for those of you not yet under a warning, I want to tell you, you probably need to be very aware. The rest of the Highway 67 corridor, all the way from Festus to the Arkansas border in the next 60 minutes or less. This is an area that you're going to want to be under a very sincere concern for making sure that you remain safe as this weather makes its way through. If we were starting to see an outflow boundary kind of kick up just a little bit ahead of the ahead of the line of storms, I'd start to be breathing a little bit easier going, okay, these things are running out of steam. I'm not seeing it. I wish I were, but on no matter what radar source I pull from, I'm just not seeing it. Kyle, maybe you're able to see it. I don't see it.
I was just kind of reading the chat, so I missed part of what you said there. Someone asking about Leadwood. Hasn't reached you yet, and I would not stay in bed on that. I would be ready to get to your, but let me just, so I can cover a lot of areas here. We got somebody asking if you can look in the Franklin County area, so you may want to go up that way. They've asked for a few minutes now.
Yeah.
But let me just try to make this easy for you. I'm just going to name off a lot of towns that you still need to be weather aware. Union, St. Clair, Potosi, Richwoods, Cadet, Old Mines, DeSoto, Valley Mines, Bonne Terre, Deloge, Park Hills, Bismarck, Leadwood, Irondale, Caledonia, Bellevue, Pilot Knob, Ironton. Let's see. I would say Farmington, you need to be weather aware as this stuff moves in. I would not be surprised to see the tornado warning expanded eastward into St. Francis and even into parts of Madison County, into Jefferson County once again. I would just be very, very weather aware. You said all the way down the Arkansas border. It looks like once you get past right before Annapolis, so right past Sabula in Iron County, it looks like that's where the extent of the warning box is. But hey, down in Piedmont, Annapolis, Des Arc, you just had a tornado down there in Des Arc. Greenville, where my folks are right now.
You have warning boxes going out. Paducah takes over, their office takes over for warnings past Iron County. Mm-hmm. It's just a question mark on what's going to happen. Plus, you've got the dead zone there between the radars that aren't able to see. Franklin County, here's what you got going on right now. Yeah, I'm sure it is looking a little scary at this point. You do have some high winds, possibly some little notches of potential rotation, but it's more of a straight line wind situation that can spawn up very short-lived tornadoes. One thing that I am seeing for those of you in Franklin County is that once this line moves through, let me pull it back off of here for just a moment.
Somebody asking about Ebo. I'm not seeing anything. I mean, you're definitely getting some straight line winds there. Maybe just a little bit of rotation up to the north of Ebo, but I'm not seeing anything that's like well defined right now. That doesn't mean it's not there. It could also be rain wrapped, making it very, and that's a good distance away from the St. Louis radar. So it may be difficult for that one to be picked up, but I would still be weather aware.
Yeah, here's what we mean by weather aware tonight. If you are in the path of this straight line winds, treat it as a tornado and take the shelter as needed. That's the key, and that's what you need to be doing. I'm very curious right now why I'm seeing such a weird return, potentially indicating some rotation just south of Ironton as well, also under a tornado warning.
Oh, yeah, I'm looking at that now.
That could indicate, again, it's a little bit of a unique situation. So those of you in Franklin County, yes, if you have a lot of severe weather taking place, a tornado could spawn up and then disappear in a matter of 30 seconds to 60 seconds. This is why the whole line treated as a tornado warning, because it can happen in a moment's notice. It could very easily happen. So we're monitoring the whole line right now and to wait to see exactly how the Weather Service is going to make its way throughout the area. I don't want to look ahead too much, but we may also be seeing some severe weather tomorrow afternoon and evening across this same area in southeast Missouri.
I mean, why not? I mean, we've had it all spring. We might as well just keep with the pattern.
I recognize that you don't want to hear that. It's not something you want to hear, but I mean, it is what it is at this point.
We have reports of trees down along DD Highway. I believe that's in Washington County. It may have been, in Belgrade along DD Highway. So definitely, let's see, I'm zooming in on that. Let's see, that's JJ. Let's see, DD's further over. So that's closer to that intersection of CP and DD, that would take you down towards, what is that? Is that Council Bluff?
Yeah,
lake area,
Council Bluff Lake. So we are receiving some reports that they are asking for a lot of assistance in the Belgrade portion of Highway DD. That's about 4 miles west of Belgrade, where that the apex there of DD and Highway C and P are all in that little area. One person saying trees down as far as you could see.
They said DD closer to Highway 32, so that would put it near Maxwell's Mill.
Yeah. So folks, in and around, basically, I'm thoroughly curious as to how we're going to be seeing things here with these blanket tornado warnings. Are we going to see an extension of that? I'm not going to be surprised if we do. I'm going to flip it back over. Franklin County, back up to here. Union, Lyon. Union right now kind of in a lull, but that doesn't mean you're not getting some gusty winds. Am I starting to see an outflow boundary? Let's see.
Let me switch over to a different radar here. I hope so, because that would be. Where are you looking at?
I was looking in Franklin County, and quite honestly, if it's an outflow boundary, it's not much, but they might be weakening just a little bit there. We are not seeing yet an outflow boundary. Basically, if you're just joining us, it's just showing a line ahead of the storm that's showing that the storm itself is starting to collapse a little bit.
Ironton, talking about Ironton now, you're getting it right now.
Yep.
Park Hills, you're getting ready to get hit. Deloge, Bonterre, Farmington, you're under the gun. It won't be long. Somebody mentioned South St. Louis. It's headed right up your way. That's a tornado warned storm. That one's radar indicated for another 28 minutes. This one was located over Antonia, moving northeast at 30. So Arnold, Crestwood, Sunset Hills, Des Peres, Burns Mill, Herky, Fenton, Barnhart, Melville, Afton, Lemay, Valley Park, Kirkwood, all of those areas definitely need to be aware. We had somebody listen up there. Again, we thank you for listening and sticking with us tonight. We've been on now for 2 hours, 45 minutes, folks, and we're not slowing down yet. We're going to stick with you here and try to get as many people covered. We have a lot of people asking about certain areas. Again, we're trying to name, big areas in certain areas because there's just so much ground we have to cover right now for this. So again, please, we appreciate everybody's patience and sticking with us and staying with us. And again, if we miss it, we're sorry. We don't mean to, but I'm looking in one area. I'm trying to answer chat. Matt McClain is trying to watch radar and keep everything going, staying caught up. I mean, at least some of the alerts have gone down. We were sitting at 50 alerts, and now we're down to 25. So that's been cut in half. But we're not out of the woods yet.
Listen, I would like nothing better. I would like nothing better than to say we are approaching an end to the evening. I don't think we're quite there yet. I am hopeful that we can see it from here, but I'm not going to hold my breath. I think we've got
tornado sirens sounding in Deloge right now. It sounds
we have a brand new tornado warning. That's why. And for southern Jefferson, St. Genevieve, and St. Francis counties, until 12:15 a.m., severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located along a line from over Old Mines to over Iron Mountain Lake, or along a line from 7 miles north of Potosi to near Ironton, moving to the east at 45 miles per hour. This is radar indicated. And I will say we're not seeing a lot of hail tonight, thankfully, with some of these storms.
That is a very good indication, because a lot of times with these, you're going to get the heavy rains, and then you're going to get some hail, and then it's going to get very, very still. We're not seeing as much hail. We did see some 1-inch hail reported earlier out west. We're not seeing those reports here now, and that is very good news on that front. But
yep. So Kyle's popping in and out there.
We're out of the woods just yet.
Yeah, you cut out there for just a moment. The internet did on your end. So, but yeah, we basically got your gist there as well. He's probably going to get popped off there once the warnings for the tornado pop across his devices. We've noticed that does happen. So I'll keep it here for just a moment while he's trying to figure all of those things out as well. Bismarck sirens just started again. I know. I'm so sorry about that. Got another warning in Potosi. It's not so much of another warning as it is just the one that's sitting over the, yeah, I mean, as far as the night goes, yes, you've got another warning, but there is an active tornado warning. Sirens right now in DeSoto as well. We are receiving reports of sirens all across the area, and so a lot of stuff going on. Let me get Kyle pop back in here to the situation at hand. I knew stuff would take you off the air once the alarms went off. We've become old hat at that. So those of you just joining us, I'm keeping a watchful eye. Even those of you listening on the app, we've got a lot of folks listening in St. Francis County, Perry County, Crawford County right now. Yeah, there's some stuff going on, understandably. So those of you just joining us, we know that as storms move through, the audience cycles just as well as the storms do. So my name is Matt McClain. That is Kyle Douglas. You're listening and or watching Show Me Live. And so what you've got going on right now, severe weather. We've been covering it now. We've been on the air for going on nearly 3 hours, but this line of severe activity actually began in Kansas and Oklahoma and has made its way across Missouri and is now approaching almost the Illinois state line with it all. So what we've got as a tornado warning situation, we've just got a lot of activity that is potentially a spin up. And so let me see if I can get my controls back online here. There we go. Let me see what we can get on velocity here for just a moment. Again, Farmington, and those of you listening in Farmington right now, even part of our team that's in Farmington, I want to see if any of you are seeing any truth to the high winds that are currently that the radar is currently seeing. So any of you who are listening right now or watching in St. Francis County, and you're in this light blue, dark blue area, and the radar is basically showing, let me make sure I've got on the right, showing 60 miles an hour, 55, 60. Are you getting high winds? Comment and let us know safely. Don't do it if it's not a safety thing, but just let us know as to what you're basically experiencing and see what kind of a truth that there is to some of these radar returns. It's very beneficial for us to find these things out when someone can do it safely. So those of you in and around this tornado warning for Franklin, Washington, and Iron County is in effect for 8 more minutes. We have the brand new tornado warning for St. Francis, St. Genevieve, portions of Jefferson County. That's in effect until 12:15 in the morning. Then we also have a tornado warning in effect for northeastern Jefferson and south central St. Louis counties. That is in effect until, how much more time do we have on this? 22 more minutes as well. So this is what we've kind of got going on. Probably not necessarily going to be the end of all the warnings. Go ahead.
I'm looking down around Ironton, around the Highway D and Killarney Shores and Roselle. I'm seeing another pretty bright return. I'm also seeing one around 221 just to the northeast of Pilot Knob, which would put it down not too far from Doe Run. I'm seeing a couple of yellow notches there. And those were ones that we've seen before that could indicate there was some stronger rotations in those areas. I didn't know
between
if you were
Killarney Shores,
Killarney Shores and Highway 221. That would also be I believe, Highway W. That would eventually go in through Doe Run, Mineral City. I'm looking in those areas right now, and I'm just kind of going up along the lines here through Bismarck, Irondale, Bonne Terre. I'm not seeing anything major.
This one, Kyle, if you're able to see the screen, the one that I'm circling right now,
that's the one I was looking at.
It has been that way. If you put it into motion, it has remained in some form or fashion or another, that yellow block, all the way back into Reynolds County as well, fairly consistently. There could be a tornado on the ground with that. If so, it very well may be. It may be rain wrapped. It may be. Chances are it would be rain wrapped, but you also have high winds that could mask the sound of what you think may be a tornado. That infamous, it sounds like a train. You may not hear it. So please, if you're in the warning area right now, seek shelter.
I'm going to step out for just a second. I've got a chair on my deck that is banging really hard.
Do your thing.
I'm gonna go take that down real quick, and then I will be right back, folks. So I apologize, but give me just a moment.
We are receiving reports that wind is picking up in Bonne Terre as well. Thank you, Dawn, for that information. We do have a thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag for Madison County that has just been issued until 12:30 in the morning, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Here's something I want to point out to you. Even though we are seeing some new warnings that are being issued, I am starting to see a little bit of an encouragement, and I hate to say, I recognize you're saying, but Matt, there's flashing stuff all over your screen, and I understand that. But these storms are starting to show longer term a little bit of weakening, okay? That's what we're kind of looking at right now, a little bit of a weakening situation. They're obviously still strong enough to produce tornado warnings and thunderstorm warnings, but on a different screen that I'm looking at, I am seeing that they are not as strong as they were 2 or 3 counties ago. That was somewhat expected because there's hopefully, prayers to the sky, a little bit of a cap in the atmosphere the further east you get into there. I hesitated to mention it earlier because they didn't look like they were going to run out of steam. It doesn't mean that we don't have a few more, at least another hour possibly to go. It very well. I mean, we may still have some additional tornado warnings to go this evening, but we are seeing some indications that a little bit of weakening is beginning to take place in some of this line as of right now. But again, thunderstorm warning for Madison County. That is until 12:30 this morning. A tornado warning is in effect for Jefferson, St. Genevieve, and St. Francis counties until 12. That's a tornado warning until 12:15 a.m. Radar indicated. 3 minutes left for those of you in Franklin County, Washington County, the back end of everything that has created problems. The back end of that has exited out of Potosi. If you are west of Potosi, if you are west of Pea Ridge, west of Richwoods, if you are more or less, I would say I would include Richwoods to that Bates Creek camp. If you are Caledonia, Bismarck, Courtois, if you are west of there right now, you are in the clear. If you are in Crawford County, you are in the clear. You're still going to have, I mean, look at the radar screen. You're going to have a lot of rain, but it's a more of a stabilized atmosphere. And so that's a little bit of good news as we make our way. In fact, for Crawford County, the tornado watch box has been dropped. For Gasconade County, it's been dropped. Still in effect for Washington. Understandably, we got a tornado warning going on right now for Washington County, but they are trimming the watch box back as this moves through. So we do have those, at least fingers crossed, a touch of good news, but there is some truth to some of this damage. We have a lot of power outages being reported across parts of the area. So keep all of this in mind as this line is moving through. It is showing, thankfully, a little bit of a sign of weakening, but still packing quite a punch. This is a Paducah radar. It's getting a little bit of a better return on this stuff. And as we put it into motion, this is what we're kind of looking at right now. And Kyle, I don't know. Yeah, Kyle, I've still got his mic is on. But these are the things that we are starting to see just a little bit. Now, when I say it's weakening, I don't want you to let your guard down. A weakening storm can easily produce a powerful tornado. I'm just saying it's not quite as strong as it was a couple of counties ago. So when I want to put that into perspective, I don't want to give a false sense of security, but we are starting to see some signs of weakening with this line of storms. And that was advertised earlier, but then tomorrow afternoon and on into the evening, this same area, those of you in southeast Missouri and southern Illinois, may see some strong activity all over again. So stay tuned and we'll keep you up to date on that as well. Kyle, are you still with us or have we lost you? All right. Well, I am receiving reports that the wind is picking up now in Farmington. Sirens obviously going off. Clouds are moving pretty quickly. Not surprised by that at all with everything that we are seeing right now. That is the areas of concern. So here in just a little bit less than a minute, I think what we're going to see is this long tornado warning for Iron and Washington and Franklin counties. That's going to probably disappear off the screen. Fingers crossed, no issues. We will just have, and now we have a brand new tornado warning. This is for Madison County. Not surprised. Tornado warning has just been issued for Madison County until 12:30 in the morning. Severe thunderstorms capable of producing a tornado located along a line from over Roselle to 7 miles southwest of Saco, or along a line from 5 miles southeast of Ironton to 23 miles southwest of Fredericktown, moving to the northeast at 50 miles an hour. So those of you in Fredericktown, Junction City, Cobalt, Marquand, Saco, Buckhorn, Roselle, Catherine Place, and Mine Lamont, moving in your neck of the woods as of right now. As advertised, the tornado warnings for Washington, Franklin, and Iron counties have been allowed to expire. Basically, the damaging situation has more or less moved out of the bulk of all of those counties. You may still have some lightning, may still have some rumbles of thunder going out and about. Let's go the past 5 minutes for lightning here and see what we got. Not a huge amount of lightning, at least within the past 5 minutes with a lot of these storms. I'm not saying you're not getting some thunder. Of course you are, but it could be far worse on a severe storm like this. So that's a good indicator that maybe they're showing some signs of weakening as well. But we got the tornado warnings now. The Washington, Franklin, Iron County, it's expired. We do have a tornado warning for Madison County, a tornado warning for St. Francis, St. Genevieve, and Jefferson counties as well. So, Kyle, I heard you take a breath there. I know you're back. And
I just sat back down. I was just trying to get caught up with the radar sweep there and everything. So yeah, I was just outside moving a little chair we've got. And once the wind starts picking up, it bangs off the side of the house and near a window there. So we always end up having to take that down. So got that down. It's coming down pretty good here in Deloge right now. The winds are, it's very warm for this time of night. You can just kind of feel the energy in the atmosphere right now. So, and the sirens just stopped again here in Deloge. I imagine they'll probably go up again here in just a moment.
Yeah, 74 degrees right now in Farmington at the airport. That's about the closest sensor that we've got. 76, I see 79 toward that, 77 in Scott City, Cape Girardeau. Yeah, I mean, to be midnight almost, to be almost 80 degrees where it hasn't rained yet, that is a little bit of fuel. So we've got the thunderstorm warnings for Madison, but we've also got a tornado warning for Madison County. We've also got the tornado warning. I'm going to go left to right. Those of you just joining us, you're going, I'm looking on my mobile phone. I can't hardly see. If you have a smart TV, if you look for Show Me Live or even Blue Cheetah Media, either YouTube channel is streaming this live right now. And that'll get you whatever size TV screen you've got will be how big everything is. It's a lot easier to watch. If you happen to be driving down the road, please, please, please do not be watching us, but rather download the app, the Show Me Live Radio app in the Google or Apple stores. Do be safe about that as well as we go about through this area as well. So, yeah, we do have the active tornado warnings right now for 4 different counties in our coverage area. And I hate to say it, that's actually a downgrade to earlier this evening when he had 10 to 12 counties.
I was going to say, at one point we had over 50 warnings going on for about different areas, and it was just insane.
I don't remember and I won't go into because we've got folks under the gun right now, active tornado warnings. But the only other time that I remember being in broadcasting and it being this intense was, I believe, back in the spring of 2013, and it was very similar to this as well. And then also, I think 2002, I think it was that year, maybe 2003, and that where a suburb of Poplar Bluff on the northern end was also blown away. Governor Bob Holden was the governor of Missouri at that time, and a lot of tornado warnings everywhere. Basically, a night like tonight, that's what we had going on then as well. So there's a lot of lessons that we can learn from all of these things. I'm going to pull off the temperature here, but I am going to see if we can get a wind direction going on here. That's a good sign. While the winds are being pulled into the storm there in Farmington, they're moving off to the southeast. Yeah, everything, Paducah, Mound City, Sykeston, Cape Girardeau, everything's kind of moving in that, it's moving off in that direction there. So that's a good thing as well. Let me pull off the METARs here. That's an aviation thing. Pull off there, and let's get back over here to everything that we've got going on. A lot of stuff going on. I really hope these things are going to weaken. I really, truly hope.
Some people out to the in the western part, like around the Old Mines, Potosi area, asking if they are in the clear.
You are.
I am seeing some moderate to heavy rain that will be moving in, but I'm not seeing any warnings associated with those other than some flash flood warnings out in the Springfield area. I just switched over to there to see what they're saying there. And it looks like that's going to be the biggest part to that. But it seems like once this last line clears out of the area down here, more in our neck of the woods as the sirens start up again here in Deloge. Once this line moves through, I'm comfortable saying, since there's nothing more out to the west warning wise other than flash flood warnings, that we should be okay.
Yeah. So we do have the tornado watch box has been dropped for Crawford. It has been dropped for Dent and Gasconade counties in our coverage area. Dent and Shannon County, you are under a flood watch now. But as this storm line that is over St. Francis and Madison County right now moves through, that is the end of tornadic and high winds. It's been a minute since I've gone back to the high ratio velocity here.
Yeah, we are just on that.
Yeah, so we are still seeing potentially. Kyle, you are a trained weather spotter with the National Weather Service. This looks as if it would have moved right over. What kind of truth? Let me put this in motion once again. What did you see there in Deloge?
Just for my own personal thing,
Sure.
I mean, it was just a lot of straight line winds. But again, it was coming mainly out of the southwest, which is where a lot of these are coming from. It wasn't like
any kind of an estimate on how high. I mean, we're showing radar returns, but from St. Louis to St. Francis, St. Genevieve County, the echo returns probably 1,000 or more feet off the ground.
All right.
I mean, so what do you think? What do you think ground wise? How much truth are we seeing with these 60+ mile an hour winds?
It's very difficult to say from where I was when the gust front was officially blowing through like that. I was actually inside when that happened, so I wasn't actually outside. It was just in the short time that I was out there and kind of just took a look around. I mean, it was probably I'd say a solid 15 to 20 mile an hour wind once that blew through. But again, it was coming out of the southwest. You could just feel, it was a warm wind with like a warm rain, if that makes any sense.
It does.
And everything. So normally once you feel these or have these things blow through, you start feeling it kind of cool off. So I wouldn't say we were officially out of the woods yet on that aspect of it. I'm just looking at the velocity returns right now, and I'm not seeing anything like majorly concerning. Somebody asking about DeSoto. DeSoto is right on the northern edge of the warning area.
Yeah.
Now in southern Jefferson County. So
in fact, I will put it into storm velocity for DeSoto. And so right now you are on the leading edge of potentially basically the winds changing direction. A little bit of a red dot right there. I don't see anything huge. That doesn't mean there isn't something, because there's a lot of straight line winds, a lot of just winds, period, in all of this that could indicate. But for DeSoto right now, showing 30 to 40 mile an hour winds, that is below severe weather limits. But nevertheless, you've got a lot of stuff going on as well. So it could all be dependent at this particular point on more or less what you are experiencing in that area. You have a tornado warning, and it doesn't take long. But the good news is, after this line has moved through your area with regard to tornadic activity, it looks like for the night, we're going to be okay. Tomorrow afternoon and evening and on into the nighttime hours, that we may see another spin up of severe weather. Again, we'll keep you up to date throughout the evening tomorrow as well, if that does transpire. But
Caledonia, I have somebody asking. I apologize. I didn't mean to talk over you there.
Caledonia's in the clear. We are receiving reports of sideways rain and high winds in Farmington right now as well, and that's no surprise given what we're seeing as of the radar returns also on that. I'm going to flip back over to Paducah's site because that's looking toward the storms. It's going to see it a lot easier and a lot better than everything else we've got going on. I'm going to put that into motion. We have finally got to a spot that Paducah can see a little bit better, because the St. Louis radar is getting pummeled with its own heavy rain. It's just harder to see right now. And so that does show a little bit there. And I'm going to actually flip over the Paducah site to the velocity. And it's not really seeing, maybe around the Fredericktown area. And again, but it's right along the edge there where it's hard to figure out if it's able to see anything. It's got a little bit of a blocked out area there. Not anything. Yeah, I really wouldn't anything to write home about, but the reflectivity, definitely, it's picking up. So once this line moves through, you folks in Bismarck, in fact, the city of Bismarck, the city itself is not under a tornado warning. If you get basically past Mike's grocery store on the west side of town, on the east side of town. Sorry, my directions. I'll get them here in a minute. You're basically I mean, I can zoom in. I mean, you're looking at Center Street, Elizabeth Drive. You are under a tornado warning. I won't go over the exact house numbers there because that's kind of personal. But the reality is, you do have a slight tornado. You have a tornado warning there, but the bulk of the storm has already moved away from you. The city of Bismarck, the bulk of it anyway, all the way through Main Street, Center Street. Well, I should say Center Street because there is an actual main street in Bismarck, and it's not Center Street. So the main drive, Highway 32 through there. So you are in the clear. You may have more rain tonight, but as far as severe weather, you're in the clear. Bonne Terre, you are on the back edge of the storm. You are approaching being in the clear. The same for Deloge and Park Hills. You are approaching being in the clear. Not quite yet, maybe another 5-10 minutes. You folks in Fredericktown, you're not yet at the edge of the severe weather yet. So you are in the a different situation than like Bonne Terre and Park Hills and Terre de Lac, by the way, you're in the clear. Leadwood, you're in the clear. All of Washington County now in the clear. Good night. God bless. I hope you got a good night's sleep, and I hope to get a good night's sleep right along with you. But I got a feeling I'm going to be awake for a while, and Kyle might be as well. Reynolds County in the clear. Carter County in the clear. Wayne County, we're going to hold off in case they issue a warning, but mostly in the clear. Most of Iron County is in the clear. Des Arc, Annapolis, you're still getting some pretty heavy thunderstorm activity. Everything off to the west of Potosi. Directionally challenged people, I'm talking toward Rolla, Steelville, west. That's west. You're in the clear. Viburnum in the clear. Salem in the clear. Eminence in the clear. Ellington in the clear. Van Buren in the clear. So we are getting things down. Jefferson County, I'm not going to say in the clear quite yet. Let me flip over to the St. Louis radar. There we go. Because you've got a little bit of a thunderstorm line there that could spawn up and spin up. It's a part of the line. The same line further south has a tornado warning on it, 2 of them actually. So we're not going to say totally in the clear for Jefferson County quite yet. But everything off to the west, you're in the clear as of this point in time. But for right now, Farmington, the back end is about to approach. The back end of that severe line is about to approach Highway 67 in the Farmington area. Folks in St. Genevieve County, heads up, right along Highway 32. Making your way toward Chestnut Ridge and, of course, the Pickle Springs area. Kaufman, you got about 5 minutes. Weingarten, you got about 5 minutes. New Offenburg, about 7 minutes or so. Lawrencetown, probably about more like 4 minutes, actually, from French Village over to Lawrencetown. Copper Mine, River Oaks Vasses, that area is just an area that you're going to be, again, you've got this line to get through, and then once this line is through, it's basically through. Fredericktown, you're sitting at about roughly, how fast are we moving here? Let me get that line. We are moving roughly at 50 miles an hour. So I heard Kyle click back in. Hang on, buddy. I'll get you on the air here in just a second. Let me get this storm tracker on, then I'll go over here and click. There you go. So we have Fredericktown in about 6 minutes. I'm going to say about 4 minutes, actually, because there's the new radar return. The sweep just put through. And so, yeah, that's what we're looking at. Roughly about, let's say 5 minutes, give or take. Catherine Place, roughly about the same. Junction City and Cobalt, about the same as well. So within the next few minutes, you're going to be in Fredericktown. This is an area of concern for you folks as well. Let me pull off the storm tracker there so I can zoom out and have a little bit of a bigger real estate screen. Now, for you folks in Perry County, nothing yet, not guaranteeing it won't, but they have trimmed back the tornado warning. Folks in Park Hills, Deloge, Bonne Terre, half of Farmington, literally. Half of Farmington no longer in a tornado warning. The eastern half still in a tornado warning. The western half not in a tornado warning. Half of downtown is in a tornado warning. Half of downtown is not.
So basically, like, let's see, that would be, there's like the Walmart, so like around D Highway, H Highway.
Maple Valley Shopping Center in the clear. The new Chick-fil-A is in the clear. All of Highway 221 leading out of downtown toward the inverted intersection there, the French design
On W there by Old Spokes there.
Yeah, where you drive the wrong way. I don't know. I'm starting to get tired after 5 hours of being on the air. But yeah, this inverted thing, it's in the clear. And I just drove over that the other day, like 3 days ago. Ludington, you're in the clear. Park Hills, West Elvins, well, it's part of Park Hills, but on this map it's still showing in the clear. Deloge in the clear. Leadwood in the clear. All of that. You guys are fine. If the winds have calmed down, good night, sleep well. We'll talk to you in the morning. And then for everybody else, there is a tornado warning that we've got. DeSoto still technically, again, like Farmington, about half the towns in the warning, half the towns not. Give it another 5 minutes, you'll be fine. Olympian Village, Flucom, Papen, Kester, French Village, under the gun right now, Kinsey, Valley View, and basically for those of you listening, and we got a bunch of you listening on the app as well, if you are driving from Festus on I-55 all the way, and I'm very serious about this, all the way to the St. Genevieve Perry County line. So let's see, mile marker 1, it would be roughly about 135 or 140 to the Perry St. Genevieve County line. Farmington St. Gena's exit 150. Yeah, you're looking at, probably 30, 40 miles of interstate right there. You don't really want to be on this, even for high winds, especially if you have a high profile vehicle. You're going to want to pull over safely. One other rule of thumb, you may have seen the pictures in St. Louis about how people decided to use an overpass as a safety thing. That is not safe, especially if there is a tornado on the ground. That is an old rule of thumb, and boy, have people figured out that is not a good idea in real life scenarios with people getting sucked out from underneath overpasses as a result. That used to be the rule of thumb. Find an overpass, you'll be safe. We have now found out that the winds are actually more intense under overpasses now, not less. Just a reality check there. No, it's not safe and really never was. It was just bad advice years ago. So don't use an overpass for safety in this type of a situation, please, especially if there's a tornado on the ground. All right, folks in Fredericktown, it is moving right on top of you. The winds have probably picked up. Let's put in the high-res velocity here. I can't believe I'm still going strong like the pink bunny with the battery in the back. I almost said the actual brand name. Can't do that. Cherokee Pass, looking at some high winds, 50, possibly 60 miles an hour, but that's kind of what we've got going on there. Again, it's far enough away from the radar where it may or may not be totally accurate, but there's a tornado warning, so there's something going on. We do still have a pocket of potential high winds around Valley View and Bloomsdale, moving straight for you along Highway DD in St. Genevieve County. That's what we've got going on right now. I'm going to flip it back over to the actual reflectivity, and I'm going to flip it back over to the Paducah site because it is handling this a little bit better with being able to see it around the Fredericktown and the Bloomsdale area. So folks in Farmington, just a few more minutes, you're going to be in the clear. Delasue, Rock Springs, Doe Run. Doe Run, you're in the clear. In fact, that's a 1201. That is a 3-minute-old return. These are moving off to the east at 50 miles an hour. You're definitely in the clear. Boom, there, it's done. Rock Springs, you're basically on the edge. Delasue, Farmington, you're very much on the edge of being in the clear. Off to the north, Park Hills, Ludington, it's done as well. So Weingarten, Rocky Ridge Ranch, New Offenburg, Copper Mine, moving right on top of you right now. This is what you're going to look for. Highway O, Highway 32, and all these side roads that I could zoom in and give you every single one of these, Prospect Drive, Possum Road, and all of these things. You're under the gun right now, and that's moving in toward your area, and it won't last too terribly long. 5-10 minutes, this is going to be over, and then you're in the clear as well, but we got to get through the next 5 to 10 minutes for you folks as well. Go ahead, Kyle. We have a brand new thunderstorm warning, tornado possible tag. This is for Bollinger, Perry, and northern Cape Girardeau County until 1 a.m. Severe thunderstorms located along a line extending from near Fredericktown to near Cobalt to near Buckhorn, moving east at 45 miles an hour, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, radar indicated. Chester, Perryville, Altenburg, Patton, Millersville, Daisy, Alliance, Frono, Oak Ridge, Sedgwickville, Pocahontas, Missouri, not Arkansas, Longtown, Old Appleton, Lithium, and Silver Lake, and then mile markers 107 to 139 on I-55 as well. This has a tornado possible tag on there. We have seen instances this evening, and Kyle can back me up very easily, where we had a tornado
Yep.
possible tag on a thunderstorm warning, and within a moment or two, we had a tornado warning. So
Yeah.
keep aware of what's going on over the next several minutes here, and we'll see if we can get some things figured out as well on those aspects. So
And I'll take that a step further, Matt. We had a lot of instances there for a long time. We had no thunderstorm warnings associated with these. They went straight into tornado warnings.
they did.
So these were, usually you'll get the thunderstorm warning and then you'll get the tornado warning right on top of it. But tonight, we didn't have the thunderstorm warnings with these storms. They went straight into tornado warnings with them. So, yeah, it's been a very weather crazy night and everything. So I'm just still trying to catch up with some of the social media here. So if you hear me go silent there for a
Nope,
minute,
you're good.
That's what I'm doing. I'm kind of trying to answer everybody's questions and put them at ease. If you're in Park Hills, Deloge, Bonne Terre, Terre de Lac, Potosi, you should be good. I mean, there is more rain coming in. Maybe a little bit of thunder and lightning with it, but there are no warnings associated with these storms that are coming back into the area. Viburnum, Steelville, Potosi, you'll be getting it here in a little bit. DeSoto, you are in the clear now. They have dropped the warning for you.
Yep.
So you're good. St. Clair, Union, Grubville, you're good. Burnsville, Eureka, Union, Washington. We had some people asking there. You should be good now. Farmington, you're in the good.
Yep. St. Francis
Ironton.
County as a whole, you're in the good. Good night. Sleep well.
Yep.
Think of us that are still on the air, and we'll be here again tomorrow. Jefferson County there. We
Just
are
that
looking
one little portion there, just kind of
Platten and Danby and Selma, basically from Festus.
from Festus on down. I would throw Festus in that just
I
a
would
little
too,
bit, the
yeah.
southern part. But Platten, Danby, Selma, so right there along the Jefferson, where Jefferson R7's located, the school there. Bloomsdale, you're getting ready to get hit. St. Genevieve, you'll be getting yours before too long. Weingarten, heads up. Let's see, Hawn State Park area, Zell, Zora, you're probably going to be getting it. Kaufman, if we go further down, there's an area called Pickle, or Pickle.
Pickle Springs.
Pickle Springs. Okay.
Let's just say Pickle Springs area because that's about where Pickle Springs is at. in St.
Yeah, I would
Park.
say that's probably about right. Clearwater in St. Genevieve County, Mineth, Avon. I had somebody asking about Greenville. Just strong thunderstorms moving through Greenville right now. Down there, just to the east of Piedmont along Highway 67. Nothing warned down there. Marquand, heads up. You'll be getting it. They said sirens were going off in Fredericktown. No surprise, we were covering that. So let's see. I think you mentioned the Mine Lamont area. Used to go camping down there quite a bit, right along Double O there.
Yeah.
They're getting it right now. So yeah, it's pretty much moved out of the St. Francis County on up to Jefferson County with the extreme southeastern portions. Everything else should be good. I'm getting reports that our station may be off the air.
Let me take a look at that. That would be not good, but we'll find out.
Yeah, we'll get that taken care of. I'll let you look at that for a minute.
Nope, we are on the air. So whoever said that we were off the air, maybe refresh your connection. We should be fine. So we are broadcasting.
There we go. Okay, so maybe that's probably what it is. And it may be in an area where they can't necessarily pick up a signal either. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
For some reason, they're sounding the sirens once again here in Deloge. I'm not really sure why.
Well, let me see if I've got another source here that I can go to. No, I'm not seeing anything for St. Francis County.
Yeah, I'm not either, Ed. That's
Let me go to the other source. Let me make sure. Possibly, let me take a look. Hang on. Severe weather statement.
and it suddenly stopped. I'm not hearing it anymore.
I think that might, and I recognize, yeah, that can get a little scary because when you think you're all in the clear and all of a sudden the sirens go off again, it's a
People are gonna-
jolt.
People are going to think Kyle's lying to them here.
But in all reality, and listen, there are human beings pushing buttons, and sometimes mistakes can be made, and we'll give a little grace and we'll give a little forgiveness. But the reality is, folks in Deloge, Park Hills, wherever those sirens may have been going off, if Central Dispatch was maybe pushed the wrong button or whatever the case may be, give them a little grace. They work awfully hard in situations like this, but the radar itself, there's just nothing there. And so let's, give a little grace, give a little forgiveness, and we'll move on from that. But we do still have the active tornado warning. So far, it remains as radar indicated for Madison County. Folks in western Madison County, the tornado warning has dropped. This is basically between Fredericktown and Ironton on Highway 72, near the Lance area. That's about where the line is at. And then if you make your way toward the Madison and Wayne County line, more or less, if you're driving on Highway 67, the warning, if you're driving north from Wayne County into Madison County on Highway 67, the tornado warning kind of picks up basically right there as soon as you cross into the county line. But here in just a very short amount of time, we do expect that will be moving through, because they have kind of, issued preemptively, Paducah issuing a thunderstorm warning for Perry, Bollinger, and Cape Girardeau counties preemptively for this line that is moving through. The good news is, hopefully, we are seeing some things. I'm still not seeing an outflow boundary that I would really like to see on this, but they are just overall weakening. That can happen a lot too. They've got to eventually run out of steam. And so that's kind of the hope. Let me flip over to Paducah really quick here, get that radar site. And yeah, I mean, we are seeing a little bit of weakening. Fingers crossed this holds to be true. Folks in St. Genevieve County, let's see here. For Jefferson and St. Genevieve counties, 3 minutes left until your warning expires, and we got a brand new tornado warning. Well, it was there and then it wasn't. Let me go over to the other radar screen. I'm going to read it. It should be showing up on this screen, and for whatever reason it decided not to, but it is there. This is for Jefferson, St. Genevieve, St. Clair, and Randolph counties until 1:15 a.m. A tornado warning has been issued. There, it reappeared on this screen now. So for this area, basically, it is moving off to the northeast at 55 miles an hour. This is a radar indicated rotation. That's what we've got going on. So basically, folks, if you are in DeSoto, you are in the clear. Bonne Terre, as we already mentioned, in the clear, but Bloomsdale, St. Genevieve City, then on into Prairie du Rocher, Fultz, Maystown, Redbud, Waterloo, basically Valmeyer, and all the way to Scott Air Force Base in Belleville, O'Fallon, all under one tornado warning. That's, again, another blanket tornado warning that we've got going on there. And then we have the National Weather Service in Paducah issuing the thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible signature for Perry, Bollinger, and Cape Girardeau counties. That expires in 40 minutes as well. I was really hopeful. I really was. And it is calming down to some degree, but still, when you've got this many active tornado warnings, it's sad that you have to say this is calm. But it is what it is. Those of you in Ironton, you can go to bed. Good night. And then we are looking at French Mills. You're in the clear. Marsh Creek, Jewett, as well as Varsh Ford and Shelton Ford, Saco. You're in the clear. Good night. The storm has moved out of the area. There is technically still a thunderstorm warning in effect for you. The tornado warning has been lifted. You're just going to get some rain for the rest of the night. Nothing expected to be severe. Let me go back over very quickly. If I am not mistaken, the tornado watch box is getting gradually lifted as we move on along. We do have a flood advisory that has been issued until 6 a.m. Really? Okay. For quite a little bit of an area here. We have a flood advisory that's been issued for Crawford, Iron, Jefferson, St. Charles, St. Francis, St. Louis City, Northwestern St. Genevieve, southeastern Warren and Washington counties until 6 a.m. A flood advisory has been placed into effect for those of you there. I'm gonna go over and make sure we get that up there as well. There we go. There's your flood advisory. This area right here. That's what they're talking about. So, all right. So we have tornado warnings, and this is what we've got right now. And so for those of you in and around western St. Genevieve County, you're in the clear. You Pickle Springs, Kaufman, in the clear. No more warnings that have been issued. Mill, Sprott, even Weingarten. You're on the back edge of this tornado warning. It's really close to you, but it's basically done. So Bloomsdale, St. Genevieve, still under a tornado warning for now. I-55, if you are listening to us on our apps, our Show Me Live Radio apps on Apple and Google Play Store, just Show Me Live Radio. You've downloaded it and you're listening. We've got I'm monitoring. We've got quite a few listeners listening to us on the feed as well. If you were maybe hanging out in Festus and you wanted to kind of let things clear through, you're trying to head south toward Cape Girardeau, St. Genevieve, whatever, you can do that now. You're going to run into some rain, but nothing severe for the most part. And by the time that you start making your way toward Bloomsdale, that tornado warning will have already lifted. If you're in Festus itself right now, you're going to be okay. So those of you driving in and around that area, if you're heading northbound, let's say from Cape Girardeau, you might want to still hang out just a little bit longer in the Cape Girardeau area because you got a lot of severe weather that's got to move through, and give that just a little bit more time, maybe 20, 30 more minutes, and you'll be okay, and then you can take off as well. So these are some of the things to keep in mind. We are receiving reports that the tornado sirens may still be going off in the Farmington area as well. Again, no warnings to write home about. So again, a little grace, a little mercy toward those who push buttons, but there are no tornado warnings active anywhere in St. Francis County. I'll stress that again. I know it's a little unnerving. I do, especially as much severe weather as we've had, but mistakes can happen. There just simply are no warnings for St. Francis County at all. So I just want to reiterate that again, since we are receiving some more reports that maybe the Farmington sirens are possibly going off again. It's just simply not there. Okay, so Tanielle, please forgive me if I am mispronouncing that name. Any rotation? As of right now, it's just more or less a blanket warning for high winds with potential rotation. The short answer is there are high winds. The easy answer is there may be some rotation right here near Fredericktown. I don't know where you're actually at to whatever. Festus is okay. Can you go to bed? Yes. St. Genevieve, not yet. It is moving toward you right now. You're not yet in the clear. Another 20 minutes or so and you will be. But right now, no, not yet. Give it just a few more minutes. But Festus, yes, you are essentially in the clear. At least, yeah, no, you just are in the clear. I know Selma and Danby, you're still under the tornado warning, but the storm that would prompt that warning has just moved across the river into southwest Illinois. So while the watch box is still technically there, the area of concern that would have prompted that warning has moved out of your area. The same holds true for you folks in Bloomsdale. You are on the back end of the severe and strong weather right now. I'm going to flip it back over on the regular radar. And so for the Bloomsdale area, same thing. You're on the back end. And so basically you are approaching being in the clear. New Offenburg, let's hold off on that for just a moment because we got a lot of development here around Weingarten and River Oaks Vosses. Nothing really to majorly write home about. Let me go on to velocity. Maybe some spot areas loosely based. This is just showing turbulence in the sky for the most part. Wouldn't necessarily say that that's all rotating, just a little bit of turbulence there. But for the most part, let's keep Weingarten in that safety spot for just a little bit longer. And then we'll give, the all clear. I'm sure the National Weather Service can give that as well. Fredericktown, you are approaching basically being in the all clear for the most part. Everything that could have created problems has moved off to the east of Fredericktown and Junction City. That doesn't mean I I am seeing some potential rotation. It's pretty high up in the atmosphere, but just to the east of Fredericktown and Junction City. And I'm going to, before I draw anything, I'm going to put that into motion. Let's see if it actually held true.
Yeah, while you're looking at that, Matt, I'll just jump back in real quick for a few of these others here. DeSoto, you should be good. Union, you are good. There will be some rain moving in, but nothing that's got any warnings with it or anything like that. Just maybe some heavy rains and a flash of lightning and a little rumble of thunder. Let's see. Flood advisory for Deloge. That's no surprise. Fredericktown. We just mentioned that there for Brooke.
Yeah, you're in the clear, Fredericktown. It's if there were hopefully no damage. Just curious about that rotation that may have moved through. If it created any damage as it moved through, but as far as any brand new types of situations, they've even dropped the tornado warning for Madison County. The thunderstorm warning expires in 9 minutes with a tornado possible tag. But Fredericktown, you're in the clear, and anything off to the west toward Ironton, you're also in the clear as well.
Yeah, Marquand, again, you should be okay. I mean, you're getting heavy rains right now, but anything that would be warned, I'd say be weather aware for about the next 5 to 10 minutes. You should be okay. Bonne Terre, we're good. Let's see, getting windy in St. John. Yeah, it's getting ready to hit you guys like any minute. Anything for tonight, just heavy rains, guys. Hillsboro, you're good. Let's see, DeSoto, we mentioned them. Let me see. You have Fredericktown, you should be good. Kids are waking tub. Let's see, Laura, Marlon, I'm not exactly sure. Let's see, I replied to you, but I'm not exactly sure where you were. Let me see if I can find it here in a minute. Been trying just to hit people up on the social media side of things, just so they'll know. Let's see, St. Mary, that's over by the St. Genevieve area. You're going to be under the gun here. That's right there, close to Kaskaskia and not too far from Chester. So, yeah, you're going to be under the gun here. Not seeing any tornado warned area for you at this time in St. Mary, but don't be surprised. You got a thunderstorm warning to your south and a tornado warning to your north. So you're kind of sandwiched in between. So I would be weather aware and just kind of be, aware of something that could happen there. I mean, that's a pretty dandy little line of storms getting ready to blow through there. Let's see. Bloomsdale. No, not. Let's see. Bloomsdale, you're probably going to be okay within the next 5 to 10 minutes, I would say. Looks like the worst of that is probably blown through your area, but still be aware. South of Festus down 61. Yeah, if you're going down 61 or 55, you're going to want to maybe take your time going through there. Just give it the time to blow through. Let's see.
Well, I'll say this, for lack of a better term, with the tornado warnings that we have, the bulk of them now in Southwest Illinois, and even in the St. Louis metro area from the storms that have moved out of St. Francis and St. Genevieve counties. I'm going to say it, and I'm going to hold to it. I like what I'm seeing in that the storms are starting to show signs of weakening.
They are indeed. Finally starting to get out of that fueled area.
Oh my goodness, yes. So that doesn't mean that those of you under warnings right now that it's okay. No, you're under a warning. Heed that. But I'm just saying, overall, the storms are beginning to show some signs of weakening, and that is perfect. That's what we want to see.
Peevely should be clear. Noblick, you're good. See, where's tornado at? They don't have a confirmed tornado on the ground. Matter of fact, I believe they just dropped it for St. Genevieve County.
Sure
and
did.
They pushed it all the way across to from the Mississippi River, Perry, DeRocher, Redbud, Waterloo. That's over into Illinois now. Perryville just under thunderstorm warning
with a tornado possible signature tag on there.
Yeah, so we don't want to take our eyes off that one just yet. Madison County, that one drops in about 5 minutes. We'll see if they extend that. I doubt it.
No, everything's pretty well moved out of Madison County. In fact, I'm going to turn off the radar for just a moment. If those of you if you know geographically where you are, this is what you got going on. The flashing ones are the thunderstorm, that's yellow, and or the tornado, which is red. You see a solid green area. That is a flood advisory. It kicks off at about 6 a.m. tomorrow morning for this area that you're seeing, basically from Viburnum all the way to almost about 45 minutes south of Springfield, Illinois, and everything in between. That is a flood advisory that you have going on right now.
If someone, oh, yep, I see it now. And by anything for later tonight, just some intermittent moderate to heavy rains from time to time. Again, maybe a flash of lightning, a little rumble of thunder, but we should be good. So let's see, Baldwin, Missouri. Let's see, that's
St. Louis area, Baldwin, Missouri. Let me flip the radar back on for you. Let's take a look.
Gotta find it first. Let's see.
It's in the county. It's right here near Ellisville and Wildwood, out toward Valley Park and Eureka. Baldwin, you are most definitely in the clear, and so you're good to go.
I found it.
Manchester Road there.
So it should be good. So yeah, let's see. What appears St. Genevieve is now. I mean, heavy rain in St. Genevieve right now with some little thunder and lightning. You should be okay. Let's see. It looks like they have dropped the thunderstorm warning for Madison County, so now just over into Perry County. So I agree with you, Mr. McLean. It looks like we are finally starting to see an end. We've still got that tornado warning over across the river. Let's see. That's going on. That's radar indicated.
Yeah, Madison County, good night. Sleep well. You're going to be, you're going to get some rain but just, sleep well. I'm envious at this moment, but it is what it is. Yes, we do have the tornado warning there in Illinois, and this will remain in effect. Did you click on it, Kyle? Here it is.
Yeah.
Randolph and St. Clair counties until 1:15 a.m.
Yeah, boy, that's a long one for a long time. But again,
a lot of real estate.
What I'm noticing is that these tend to look to be like they're kind of thinning out. And this one that said it was up by Waterloo, that one looks like it is kind of thinning out just a little.
Still got a little bit of a hook there, but it's actually halfway. Yeah. It's Valmeyer, halfway in between, but the little bit of a notch, possibly right there, that might be creating some issues. Maybe, but even part of it is not even in the warning area. There's also a couple of other. Let me just flip it over to high weather velocity. Instead of guessing, let's just take a look here. Not a huge amount of anything rotating. The interesting thing, if we can get to base velocity, it's just high winds, and they can spawn up and spurn up a tornado very, very quickly, and those tornadoes may not last very long, but they're there nevertheless. And so, Waterloo, but even these. Am I on the St. Louis site? Yep. Even these high winds, you're still not looking at anything too crazy to write home about right now. So we just want to keep it that way. Now, Perryville might be that's too far away. Let's go over to the Paducah site. That's still showing maybe 40, 50 mile an hour winds, something along those lines, but nothing, again, that's too crazy. That most buildings can handle 30, 40, 50 mile an hour winds without too much craziness going on.
Kelsey Wisdom, Farmington, you're good. You may go to bed if you do that kind of thing at 12:30 at night. If you are deciding you want to stay up and watch TV or something on some streaming site, then by all means, you should be good to go. Let's see, St. Francis, Madison, red patch, tons of lightning rain. Let's see, St. Jen. Yep, St. Jen, you're good to go. I would say you're safe at this point. Let's see. When picking up with St. Jen, okay, that's a few minutes old. It's been a long night. Been a long day.
It has.
Let's see, Bloomsdale. Yeah, you should be good. You just zoom in there. Yeah, Bloomsdale, you're good. Festus, yeah, you're good. Festus, you can go to bed. That would be Morgan Reisner. Yep, that's our person there in Festus. You can go. Yeah, we've pretty much got everybody covered here now, I believe.
We just still have the tornado warning. I put it onto a multi-radar report response that it's not quite as strong. The returns aren't because it's basically grabbing a hold of every radar, and the computer is building a nationwide situation. But there's a lot of rain in Missouri all the way back even in towards Springfield. A lot of rain. So you've got some rain to go through, but it's not severe. It's just rain. There is a flood watch in effect. So yeah, flash flooding is a potential possibility. But even as I zoom out across the country, we have the up toward Minot and Bismarck, North Dakota. It looks like a small hurricane that's developed, and that's literally a part of this, a part of this system. But tell me I'm wrong. I mean, that's
big low pressure system. But boy, if you put the front, I don't know if you have the ability to put the like the different kind of fronts. Like there was a warm front and a stationary front and a occluded front and all those kind of different things going on up that way.
Sure
and I took one look at that and I was just like, man, that just makes my head hurt looking at all that stuff.
Yeah.
So I turned that part off for a little while. Let's see, Dittmer, you're good. Olympia Village, you're okay. Bloomsdale, you're good.
I will say this: those of you who are eyeballing what's going on in Kansas and Oklahoma right now, going, is that going to be? That may be for us tomorrow, but for right now, you're going to be able to at least sleep tonight once this line moves through. Okay, just kind of keep all of that in mind.
And we got some down there just around McAllister, Wilburton, and Oklahoma, Akota, Boswell. That's all of that is. Way to the southeast of Oklahoma City, so heading up towards Fort Smith, Arkansas, Muskogee. I know it looks like it'll miss Muskogee, so it looks like it's headed towards Arkansas. So that looks like it'll miss us. Okay, let's see. Olympia Village, you're good. Bad weather around 3 a.m. Not that we're aware of at this time. Everything looking on the radar for Missouri at this time, maybe some heavy rain here and there, some rumbles of thunder. You should be good. DeSoto, yep, you're good. What time will stuff in Kansas hit the SEMO area? Well, we're not really sure on that yet. It just depends on how fast it moves and if it stays together. But we will definitely take a further look at that at some point, and you can tune in to us there on Show Me Live Radio, streamingrules.com, Blue Cheetah Media on YouTube. We'll definitely keep an eye out for that. We'll try to give you some updates on things like that. You can also follow us on the Facebook page, and we'll post some stuff like that. If we know there's a chance of severe weather coming, we'll tend to throw a little bit of a warning up there or just an advisory out there just saying, hey, heads up. We did that earlier today. We got quite a few people and everything that were responding to that. So that's good. And everything. Clayton, Harbison, you're welcome. That's our job. We want to keep people informed. That's why we do it. So let's see. Sirens going off in Park Hills. Electric went on and off. Belgrade Mineral Point may have a tornado on the ground. Earlier it's possible. We're not sure yet. The National Weather Service, for you folks who are wondering if there was an actual tornado on the ground or anything like that, the National Weather Service will actually send out teams to tornado warned area where there's reports of damage, and they will survey that. And then it usually takes them a couple of days, depends on how quick they can get to it. Some of those areas are pretty remote, so it may take them a little while longer to get to them, but they'll issue a report to that. You can go to weather.gov and see those. They will produce those out for you. They'll have a detailed report. So if you're interested in reading those or anything like that, they're available for you there. Let's see.
We do have a lot of power outages. St. Francis County has hundreds of folks without power. Jefferson County has thousands of folks without power.
I'd believe it.
Washington County has about 1,000 customers without power. Again, a customer could be a family of four, a hospital, or a single person. Madison County, quite a few hundred customers without power. Reynolds, I mean, there's power outage. A lot of truth to the radar returns. It's just a good indicator that there was a problem.
And we had, remember, we had a debris signature for a tornado for quite some time. In the Iron and Washington and Jefferson and Franklin County areas. So it wouldn't surprise me if we had some people without power there. We had that one we tracked there. I believe it came up through Iron and western parts of just kind of west of Potosi. We tracked a debris field that went up for quite some time. So it wouldn't surprise me if we had one up that way. Washington County's just been getting hammered with severe weather this year. That's going to be at least 3 or 4 actual tornado damage causing tornadoes that have gone through there just this spring alone. That if you're keeping count there, I'm just kind of going through trying to see. Those are old messages. Yeah, Deloge, yes. Dottie Smith, you can go to bed now. You're good. St. Jen for Jessica Fowler, you should be good. Yep. A lot of this stuff started near Bixby and Viburnum. That seems to have been the firing point for some of these. And then the second round, third and fourth rounds for some came through. They had already fired up to the west of Salem and those areas. So it would appear that we are pretty much, for all intents and purposes, we still got that little tornado warning there just across the river there in Illinois, but I'm paying more attention to the Missouri side of things here. It looks like we're pretty much in the clear.
Yeah, in the next few minutes, for those of you, and I'm watching and keeping a watchful eye on even our listeners. We do have those of you listening. We do have some of you in the Metro East that are listening right now. You're wondering kind of what's going on, I'm sure. Belleville and Muscuda, that is moving, and O'Fallon, Illinois, moving toward you. We are seeing, again, this line is starting to weaken and has been weakening for a while.
They just trimmed it back again.
Let's see what we've got going on here and see what it says. Tornado warning remains in effect. Along a line from over Waterloo to near Baldwin, or a line from over Waterloo to 5 miles southeast of Redbud, moving to the northeast at 50 miles an hour. And so basically at this particular point, we are thankful to see that the radar returns are weakening as we go along. And that doesn't mean that a tornado can't happen. To be very honest with you on that, of course it can. But the key factor is that things are starting to calm down a little bit. Once this gets over into the Belleville and O'Fallon area, for those of you, and gets through that area, we'll toss regular programming on the radio side and probably even discontinue our stream here. Because hopefully what will end up happening, even though there is, and I jinx myself every time, I probably should not have just said that out loud, but if the Perryville and Sedgwickville and Oakville, if this thunderstorm warning remains as such, we will just push it back into regular programming on the Show Me Live radio app. And then, like I said, there is that chance that we may see some severe weather again tomorrow. We will be here. And we will, of course, let you know. We know we've got a lot of listeners. We've had tens upon thousands of listeners tonight and viewers watching different things, folks. And we very much appreciate that. And so thanks for hanging in there with us and letting us do our jobs here to the best of our ability. But for the most part, fingers crossed, things are starting to calm down a little bit. I'm not overly impressed with what I'm seeing, even in rotation. There's just really nothing there.
Yeah, I was just kind of looking at it. That storm system actually starting to kind of break up. If you look there by Waterloo, just to the east of it there, around Smithton, it's kind of starting to fall apart, which is a good sign.
For those of you wondering, well, what's this red? That's actually the warning underneath. Okay, that's actually not returns. That's just where there's nothing. There's no wind at all to indicate. So there's really not any rotation to write home about, at least for the moment. And these storms are starting to fizzle out. Fingers crossed that they may even drop that tornado warning a little bit early. We can hope, right?
One could hope so. Yeah.
I would not complain. And then once that happens, like I said, we do have a tornado possible signature on this one. And it does carry a little bit more oomph to it. It's got a little bit more of a strength to it than the northern edge of this around the St. Louis metro. But even it's a whole lot weaker than it was. So Where was in Dent County Emergency Management? Seriously?
Is that the one I just sent you?
Yes.
Yeah.
From Dent County Emergency Management. That's the Salem area in Missouri. Is that 3 tornadoes on the ground at the same time? Is that what I'm seeing?
Let me get back to that. I'm not real sure about that, but there's
There's at least
definitely
2.
one right there in the middle and maybe one on the far right. And we'll try to repost that for you folks that you like to. I know a lot of people like to look at storm damage. My mother being one of them. She likes to, she wants to make sure everybody's okay, but she likes to see like the actual tornado and everything like that. A lot of people like that kind of stuff. I enjoy looking at those as long as we know nobody's hurt. We never want to see that, and hopefully, everybody's okay tonight. I haven't heard of any major damage or anything like that. We do know there's some trees down around the lower end of Highway Double D in Iron County, near Highway 32. So near Maxwell's Mill, we did hear about some trees down that general direction and everything. But yeah, that's one I just saw from Dent County Emergency Management. I'm just kind of scrolling through here and seeing what all I find. There's the one from DeSoto earlier, the one that you thought was not the correct time. That was actually the right time because I had 2 or 3 people sending me the same thing just from a different point of view. It was darker here and it was still lighter up that way. So
early on. I was like, wait, that's been 4 or 5 hours ago. I turned off the radar. For those of you still watching, those of you listening, that's not going to mean much to you, but I turned off the radar. I know that we cycled through some folks. Everything flashing in yellow, that's a thunderstorm warning. The red flashing is a tornado warning. This green square that covers a whole lot of real estate is a flood advisory. And Springfield, Illinois is about a county and a half away from the top end of that line. And the bottom end of that line is around the Viburnum and Ironton area, just north of Ironton there. Covers a good chunk of counties across the area for a flood advisory. That will expire at 6 a.m. tomorrow. I'm going to flip the radar back on very quickly here. Let's take, wow, lots of rain. But let's see what we got here. Much respect. I don't see a lot there going on with this tornado warning. I don't see a lot there for you folks in southern and southwest Illinois. I'm just curious if they're going to end up dropping that. I don't see any. I just don't see the rotation. Kyle, maybe your eyeballs will see it differently. I don't know, but I'm not seeing
take a look at it again here. I was off looking somewhere else. Dallas rainy. Yes, Hillsboro's in the clear. Where are we looking at here?
The last remaining tornado.
Oh,
warning.
Redbud here. Redbud area.
Yep. You sound tired too.
It's been a long day. I'd worked a fun day out in the sun and everything, and I've got a zoo trip tomorrow. So that'll be interesting, but it'll be fun regardless. I'm not really seeing a whole lot.
I don't either.
Nothing that really pops out and grabs my eye like we had earlier.
Yeah.
I'm just not seeing anything. I was looking down around the Perryville area there. Didn't really see much there. Redbud, Waterloo, New Athens. No, I just really don't see a whole lot there that's really tickling my fancy. That's going to be.
Seems to be dying out. To be honest with you, the one that still has a tornado warning over it will still cover it. It's still an active warning, but as far as what radar is showing, there's just not a lot there. So the hope is they'll let that drop, or they'll drop it early.
We still got 30 minutes left on it.
I just don't see that. The storm is fizzling out to the point where it doesn't.
The one down, getting ready to hit like Jackson and Oak Ridge.
It's a lot stronger.
Cape Girardeau, that one there, that one's got an impressive little thing there by Old Appleton and Oak Ridge. It's got a little bit of a strong signature there, but I'm not seeing anything that's
overly concerning. Let's see. Tornado possible track on that. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts associated with that. Again, no possible hail. They said up to 3/4 of an inch. I'm not seeing anything there, so that's probably embedded if it's doing anything. Looks like we got some more rain coming through there. Yeah, I'm just not seeing anything there. Probably with that, Mr. McLean, I'm going to go ahead and sign off for the
Yep.
night and
Go
let
do your
you
thing. We're
let
gonna
you kind of
yeah.
handle it from here. I think we can pretty much call it good for our listening area tonight.
I think so too. We are going to keep it here just a couple more minutes. I'm gonna try to and they just
just took it down.
They just dropped the tornado warning. You know what we are going to do instead? We are going to rejoin. We're going to go back into our regularly scheduled programming. For those of you watching, I'm going to leave the stream up for just a little bit. Should, let's say, the warning in Perryville suddenly turn worse and become a tornado warning, because it does have a tornado possible signature, I will pop back on and we'll start talking about it, and we'll give you like the latest up to date. But for right now, on the radio side, we are going to rejoin the music already in progress here on Show Me Live. Now, for those of you here on the stream side, on all of the other aspects, we're going to just basically let the radar stay for where it is for just a little bit longer. And then once basically the warnings fizzle out, we'll discontinue the stream and everything will be, hopefully, fingers crossed, everything will be good. Kyle, thanks for everything. If you're still there. He is already gone. Yes, everything's in the clear all the way through. So you're very welcome, Dottie, for keeping you informed. And I'm just going to turn off the volume. We're going to let the warnings just flash across the screen. Should anything else develop, we're going to be sitting right here. We'll pass it along. But for right now, I'm Matt McLean in the Show Me Live Weather Center. Thanks so much for joining us. And you have yourself, I guess now technically, a great morning. All right. Well, for those of you who are still watching us on the stream, we do have a tornado warning that has just been issued for northeastern Cape Girardeau County. This is until 1:30 this morning. Severe thunderstorms capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight line wind damage were located over Cape Girardeau, moving to the northeast at 65 miles per hour. So for those of you just joining us on that stream, that's basically what we have going on. Bear with me for just a moment because we are also going to break into our regular programming on the radio side as well, and we are going to do that. So bear with me for just a moment here, and we're going to join in with the radio app as well. Well, good morning. I'm Matt McLean once again in the Show Me Live Weather Center. We have a tornado warning that has just been issued for northeastern Cape Girardeau County in southeastern Missouri until 1:30 this morning. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornadoes and extensive straight line wind damage located over Cape Girardeau, moving to the northeast at 65 miles per hour. Let's go ahead and take a look and see what we've got going on here right now. With the high resolute velocity here, we do have these areas of rotation. The key of the matter is, in a very serious manner, some of this very much could be those straight line wind situations that are making their way out and about. So let's take a look and see what kind of a rotation, if any, that we are seeing visibly speaking. Not a huge amount at this point, not a huge amount. So what we're looking at right now, let's see if we've got the latest update there, about less than 60 seconds old. Definitely some high winds are a possibility with this, but with regard to that, let me go over to base storm velocity here. Not a huge amount of anything to write home about. Again, straight line winds are a possibility. But as far as any kind of an excess rotation there, it's not super indicative of what we are seeing right now. But we've got a tornado warning, so we're going to cover it, and we're going to do our job exactly as we've done all night long, and let folks know kind of what's going on. So if you happen to be basically between Jackson and portions of the north side of Cape Girardeau along Business Highway, or North Kings Highway, Business 55, I-55, and Kings Highway, all the way from more or less Independent Street near the Schnooks and the First State Community Bank location, Krispy Kreme, that area, off to the north on North Kings Highway, and making your way all the way into I-55, the exit there. See if it'll give me the actual exit, the Highway 61 exit. I thought it would give me a mile marker. It's something like 99 or maybe, there it is, exit 99 on into Jackson as well. This is the area that there is a tornado warning as of this moment. And again, the vast majority of that for straight line winds as a possibility on that, as well as potential. We do have that severe thunderstorm warning as well. So extensive straight line winds and capable of producing tornadoes also there as well. So we're gonna stick with it for right now and let everybody know kind of what's going on, keep you up to date. But we do that brand new thunderstorm warning as well. That is for Union, Jackson, Alexander, and Cape Girardeau counties until 2 a.m. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts are a possibility with that as well. The primary focus, though, this tornado warning right here, and it expires in about 18 minutes or so. I'm going to flip it back over on the high high reflectivity, the high resolution reflectivity, I should say. We've been on the air for a very long time as well. So for everything that's going on right here, from basically just portions of Jackson, it hasn't, this would not be, or actually it sure is. It actually includes, if I'm not mistaken, that is the Walmart, the Jackson Walmart there, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think that I am. And so basically from that area all the way out to the interstate on on East Jackson Boulevard and on in toward downtown, almost to the downtown Cape Girardeau area. Not quite downtown, being over in this area, but more or less where the old Denny's used to be. First State Community Bank is currently at. Krispy Kreme, that intersection there between North Kings Highway and William Street. William Street down here. That's where all of that is. Just a little bit further off to the north, about 3 or 4 blocks is where that warning is going to start there as well. So we do have this area. It is a little bit on the concerning side, no question. We have some notches in and around the warning area to keep a watchful eye on and see exactly what takes place there. So this can be indicative of some good, like the warning says, straight line winds as well as potential tornadic activity as well. So we are going to stick with it, and we are going to be making sure that we keep you informed of everything that's going on there as well. In fact, they have already trimmed down. You folks in Jackson are now in the clear. They have already trimmed down the warning. It says a severe squall line capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight line wind damage was located near Cape Girardeau, moving to the northeast, I should say, at 45 miles per hour. So that's basically what's going on in and around this area. So for those of you, I'm looking for the river here. Give me just a moment. I got so much on the screen. There it is. So it is still on the Missouri side for right now, making its way almost up to the Trail of Tears State Park area in and around that particular jurisdiction there. So that is an area, of course, that we're going to be monitoring very cautiously for any kind of additional activity. But that tornado warning does remain in effect. I'm going to put it into motion here, and we're going to take a look at some different aspects of what's going on here and see just exactly some straight line winds as well as tornadic activity. It's certainly a possibility as of this point. So let me go over to a different screen here for just a moment. I'm going to leave that right where it is for those of you watching and taking a look at everything there. So what we've got going on right now is this area right here. Bear with me I'm trying to figure out exactly where the SEMO campus is in Cape Girardeau and go off just to the north. It's just a tiny bit of the area and then off to the north from there. But State Highway 177 toward Egypt Mills, this is moving in your direction fairly rapidly, in all honesty. Moccasin Springs, same situation. Soon, the leading edge is going to be crossing over into Southwest Illinois, Alexander County, the town of where Highway 146 taking to Anna, Jonesboro, and Vienna, and on that area, and of course Highway 3 traveling up north there. So we'll just have to wait and see if they extend that or not. As of this point in time, it's kind of a dying storm and a dying situation, but it is kind of running into a little bit of a refueling situation as well, with some of the atmosphere, I should say, that hasn't been previously tapped for its energy. So let me pop open the Paducah radar site here. Let's see what we've got going on. And one more here. So this particular warning already trimmed back. Folks in Jackson, you are for the most part in the clear. A good chunk of Cape Girardeau now in the clear. And we do still have a small area of the north part of town in the clear. And the Cape Girardeau County, on the other hand, different story. A good portion of it, not obviously all of it, but a good portion of it is under a tornado warning. And the most, but not all of the rest of it is under a thunderstorm warning, if not a tornado warning. So we do have all of this going on right now. And just as quickly as I just want to double check there, just as quickly as we had a thunderstorm warning for portions beyond that, it's disappeared. So let me see what we've got going on here. Yeah, that there was a thunderstorm warning that included Carbondale, so that has been allowed to expire. Let me see if I can get to a different screen and find out what's going on with all of that with regard to everything that's taking place there. Severe thunderstorm warning, severe weather statement. So the severe thunderstorm warning for Union, Southern Jackson, Northwestern Alexander, and Northeastern Cape Girardeau counties has been canceled. The storm has weakened below the severe limits and no longer poses an immediate threat to life or property. Therefore, the warning has been canceled as of this time. That is for the thunderstorm warning, which they had issued, but now they have basically rescinded. We do still have that modified and trimmed down tornado warning that does remain in effect. Let's see what they do with it over the next several minutes as well, and see if they end up keeping it in play or not, because for what they were talking about there with regard to any type of severe weather, that is beginning to make its way out of the warning box that they have painted as well. So let me go back over to the storm velocity here. Not a lot to write home about. I mean, we are seeing some potentially high winds, no question, but not a huge thing to write home about. Let me go back to high res velocity here, see what we've got. 60 plus mile an hour winds. Okay, now we have wait. Say that again? All right, so we apparently have okay. All right, well, so what we have now is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. Not going to lie, a little confused about it, but we're going to go with it. Union County, Northern Pulaski, Johnson, Williamson, Jackson, and Alexander counties in southern Illinois, as well as east central Cape Girardeau County in Missouri, and this is in until 2 a.m. So the tornado warning has been allowed to expire, and so we're back down to just thunderstorm warnings as of this point. And so what we're going to do right then is, let me see what we've got. Extended gradient, 60 mile an hour wind gusts, radar indicated, yeah. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to go ahead. Those of you wanting to listen to some music, we're going to let you have that chance. Since the tornado warning has been allowed to expire, those of you, I'll just give you a very quick rundown. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for southeastern Perry and Cape Girardeau counties. That is until 1:30 this morning. Also, a severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for Union, Pulaski, Johnson, Williamson, Jackson, Alexander counties in Illinois, and Cape Girardeau County in Missouri until 2 a.m. For potential severe thunderstorm activity. We're going to rejoin your regularly scheduled programming already in progress here on Show Me Live. All right, so that puts the radio station back into regular programming. Now, for those of you who are watching the stream in one form or another, here's kind of what we're looking at right now. Since there are no more additional thunderstorm warnings, or tornado warnings, I should say, we're going to go back to that non-audio thing. Of course, if anything else spins back up, we'll be right here until we think that everything has moved out of our coverage area. And those of you who are still watching right now, we do still have that potential for severe weather. We are now being at 1:21 in the morning. I'm going to say technically potential severe weather later today, but we're talking Tuesday afternoon, Tuesday evening as a possibility across southeast Missouri, southwest Illinois, and beyond. So if that materializes, we will, of course, be right here as well. All you have to do is tune in, and we will keep you informed of what's going on. I'm Matt McLean in the Show Me Live Weather Center. Hopefully this will be the end of it. We're just going to leave it stream right now. And if any additional tornado warnings pop out, we'll pop back onto the air. Thanks so much. Well, for those of you watching right now on our stream, I do want to let you know of some new information. It looks like the National Weather Service is going to be issuing a brand new tornado watch for portions of southeast Missouri, portions of southern Illinois, and on even into western Kentucky. That's outside our coverage area, but nevertheless, it's worth note. Exactly when they expect to issue that, it is there's about an 80% chance at this particular point. They are looking at potentially issuing that very soon for, again, far eastern, southeastern Missouri, as well as Illinois and western Kentucky, and even into portions of Indiana. So what exactly that will entail, we're just going to have to wait and see. But we are here in the Weather Center. We're going to monitor that and, of course, let you know if and or when that is brought to light. So if that is the case, pay attention to the screen. We'll, of course, pass that along to you. Now, I will say this. In fact, let me go ahead and show you, since we're down to the faithful 4 dozen or so. There's about 50 of us watching right now. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to pop on the discussions that we're seeing. And so this area right here, this kind of amber looking line right here that kind of goes up through here and down through here and all through there into Kentucky, Mayfield, Kentucky, up toward the Farmington, Festus area. Chances are, whenever they do that, places like St. Francis County more than likely will not be included in the watch, even though the little boot heel of St. Francis County, as I call it, the bottom part of the K there in the St. Francis County area for Wamak is covered, and really near French Village, the Goose Creek Lake area as well is technically in that area. Chances of them including St. Francis County, for example, and even possibly Jefferson County, kind of slim. Little more likely for St. Genevieve County, though not guaranteed. Madison County, probably not going to be included in that. Well, hopefully that's the case. But places like Bollinger, maybe. But Perry County, Cape Girardeau County, Stoddard counties, Mississippi counties in Missouri, that's a little bit more of a likely situation. Then you have off into southern Illinois and, of course, western Kentucky. Don't know exactly where all of you are watching right now on the stream side as well. I just know that we got several dozen of you still watching the stream after we've been on the air now for going on 5 hours. So I tell you what I'm going to do. I am going to stay on site here, not on site, but on alert. That's what I'm trying to say. And once and or if they issue the watch, we'll kind of go over that a little bit. I'll pop the microphone back on. We'll talk about it just a little bit, and we'll kind of go from there and see exactly what we think might happen. And hopefully, fingers crossed, not a whole lot there to write home about. We do have one storm report. Multiple trees and branches are down in Cape Girardeau and Jackson. That was reported about 30 minutes ago by fire department and fire rescue in and around that area. So there was some storm damage with everything. We are also receiving, I can't get, let's see, there are currently, I've got too many watch boxes. Bear with me. I've got a different screen here. I'm going to have to pull off some alerts before I can tell you how many power outages we've got going on here. There is about 1,344 customers in Cape Girardeau County, preliminarily speaking, without power right now. And then in Union County, there's about 1,700 counties. So about 34% of the county's total customers in Union County, Illinois, that are currently without power right now, courtesy of the storms that are moving through. So we are going to keep you up to date on everything there. And like I said, if and probably more like when they bring about a tornado watch on there, we're going to have to see exactly how they go about doing that. So what I can tell you right now is that if you are in Fredericktown, Madison County, you don't have a tornado watch to worry about. St. Genevieve County does not have a tornado watch to worry about. They have not dropped the tornado watch for Perry, Bollinger, Cape Girardeau, Stoddard, Scott, Mississippi counties. And help me out here, New Madrid County. Sorry, they have not dropped the tornado watch box for all of that in Missouri or any of the southern Illinois counties. And again, it looks like they're going to be reissuing or expanding or issuing a brand new tornado watch box that includes those counties plus all of southern Illinois and most of even almost central Kentucky into western Kentucky and portions of Indiana as well. So as information becomes more available on that here in the next several minutes, we will pop the microphone back on and we will let you know as we get information. So I'm going to put the radar back on and shut off the microphone for a little bit, and we'll see what happens. All right. Well, back here in the Weather Center, a little bit on the crazy side. Very good morning to you. We do have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning to tell you about, and this is for southeastern Scott and Mississippi County in Missouri, as well as Alexander and Pulaski County in southern Illinois. Then we're going to throw in a couple of western Kentucky counties, Carlisle and Ballard, until 2:30 in the morning. Severe thunderstorms located along a line extending from near Tams to Bertrand, moving to the east at 60 miles an hour. So that's what we've got going on now. And we do have that probability of a tornado watch potentially being reissued for parts of southeast Missouri, as well as a larger portion of southern Illinois, and then also portions of Indiana and Kentucky as well. About an 80% chance of that being issued according to the latest discussion. I'll pull that up there for you to see that they've been talking about the past 30, 40 minutes. And so be on the lookout, probably get an alert on your phone for a brand new tornado watch if you're in the area. That potential watch, if they end up issuing it, there's an 80% chance. That's probably going to happen. Would be basically possibly St. Genevieve County. And right now there is a tornado watch still in effect for Perry County, and any other county that you see still highlighted in red. That is still an active tornado watch box. It looks like they are going to replace it with a longer lasting tornado watch box, possibly expand it even backtrack it a little bit over toward possibly even portions of the St. Louis metro area. That remains to be seen exactly how sometimes a mesoscale discussion doesn't quite always end up being exactly how the watch box looks. We now have a tornado warning as well, and it's a confirmed tornado on the ground. This is brand new information. Let me pop the radar back on. National Weather Service saying southeastern Union and west central Johnson County. This is still a part of the coverage area for Show Me Live, but it's kind of on that fringe, and so it's moving away from our coverage area a little bit. I'll still cover it for right here, those of us right here. Obviously, I'm in Paducah, so understandably. But a tornado-producing storm located near Dongola, or 8 miles east of Anna, moving to the east at 35 miles an hour. Radar-confirmed tornado. And it is going to be over mainly rural areas of southeastern Union and west central Johnson counties, including the following locations: Buncombe, and that includes I-57 in Illinois between mile markers 29 and 32 as well. So we do have that confirmed tornado, radar confirmed tornado on the ground. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of this high-res velocity that we've got going on here. I am thoroughly impressed at times whenever the Weather Service, they are phenomenal at what they do. They genuinely are. And they do everything just so wonderfully well. It is always impressive when someone such as myself, which has been literally trained to read radar returns, it becomes a little bit more difficult for us to see. But yet the National Weather Service is like, nope, it's there. Here's exactly where it is. They have that level of knowledge that we very much appreciate in those areas. So for the most part, it's going to look as if whatever that rotation is, if they are talking about the fact that it's going to include some of this I-57, which it looks like it's already done, you're talking basically in this general vicinity potentially. That is the vast majority. If they're talking about it impacting Buncombe, well, then that's what we're looking at here. Let me draw a little bit of a line. I mean, that's basically what we're looking at as a potential area for rotation right now. And so that is certainly something that we'll keep a watchful eye on, with a radar confirmed tornado observed, and it expires in 11 minutes. So yeah, still a little bit of spin in that atmosphere in certain parts of the coverage area, but it's about to hopefully go away for the evening and get just a little bit better off there. But for right now, that's kind of what we're looking at. and it is still soupy. I just stepped outside here in Paducah just a moment ago to kind of tie down some, essentially batten down the hatches, so to speak, on a few things out on the back patio and some other aspects, knowing that we were possibly going to get some. It just still feels like middle of July outside right now. So there are those aspects that we have with a radar confirmed tornado now, still a part of the Show Me Live area. And this is for Southeastern Union and West Central Johnson County until 2 a.m. And so we'll keep a watchful eye on it on those areas. And again, a tornado watch box expected to be passed, really kind of made its way through there any time now that they should be issuing that. So let's see what this latest statute sweep has. I am slightly encouraged in what I believe to be a slight outflow boundary on some of these storms that are beginning to enter into Kentucky from Missouri. The hopeful point is, even though, to be very honest with you, the weather is certainly prime across western Kentucky for there to be plenty of fuel. So we're just going to have to wait and see exactly what happens. Right now, it is soupy as can be outside, as like, I just don't know exactly how else to describe it. So that radar confirmed or observed tornado warning, that is where we are right now. And we're just going to keep a watchful eye on those things as well. So for those of you in Southern Illinois, we may see some additional development there. It's just going to have to wait and see exactly how everybody goes along with that with regard to the different attributes here. Let me get into, bear with me here. I now have to drag, there we go, a different website here going on. I'm going to go over to the Storm Prediction Center. I want to see if they are issuing or have issued, and it just isn't showing up yet before we toss it back into some silence for right now. So give me just a moment here. Potential watch likely. All right, that is... see what else we've got. Yeah, this would be a tornado watch, may be needed soon. 80% chance may be needed soon is what they are basically indicated. So there's an 80% chance of them doing that for the areas that I just mentioned. So we'll kind of keep a watchful eye on those things. I think there is a safe bet that the counties which remain this red colored, basically just north of St. Louis all the way into almost to Kennett, just east of Fredericktown, that area is going to remain, that tornado watch is not going to be dismissed. Earlier in the evening, we were seeing things like St. Francis and Madison County and the Clear, still are, by the way. But for now, they are not going to drop the rest of that watch box right now simply because they may be reissuing a whole new tornado watch for an expanded area that would still include the areas that they have not quite dropped just yet. So we're watching that, and we do again have that confirmed observed tornado, and we'll just kind of have to wait and see exactly how all of that happens. It looks like they're paring that down. Let's see what the latest still shows here as the sweep goes through. All right, let's take a look here. And it does remain in effect until 2 a.m. That's about 6 more minutes. It says a confirmed tornado was located near Goreville, or 8 miles northwest of Vienna, moving to the east at 40 miles an hour. Radar confirmed tornado at this point. So they are seeing something that they are convinced that the radar is indicating very clearly that this is a tornado, and they have also reissued issued a severe thunderstorm warning for multiple counties in southern Illinois, and with a tornado possible threat tag onto it. That is for Massac, Pope, and Johnson counties until 2:45 this morning. So severe thunderstorms located through there. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust radar indicated as well. So lots of stuff still going on, and we'll wait and see exactly what happens there and see if they continue to have that discussion about issuing another tornado watch over this area. If so, they will probably, let's see, it's 2 a.m., probably leave that in effect for a while, possibly 6 or 8 in the morning. It's all going to depend upon if they issue. 80% chance, it's a pretty likely chance at this point, or they wouldn't be talking about it. So you folks in Western Kentucky, there is going to be a slight outflow boundary. The winds are getting ahead of these particular storms. It's actually a good sign overall, if not a little scary at first, and I understand that. But the outflow boundary that I'm talking about right here, at least for the storms that are coming out of Sikeston and Charleston right now. So here's what I mean when I say outflow boundary. This right here, I'm going to wait for it to finish again. This right through here, all of this, that area of a darker color, it's a little bit of an outflow boundary going on. And all that simply means is the storms are starting to collapse and the high winds are getting ahead of the storm and essentially weakening the actual storm directly behind it. Well, I'll take that all day long. But the key of the matter is it's going to take a little bit longer to see exactly what transpires and whether or not they kind of fizzle out at this particular point. But certainly I appreciate seeing the outflow boundary. It just hopefully means that these at least are going to be something that we look at as hopefully something that is dying off. So one thing I am receiving from Merity, the team is still at it. Bear with me here. I don't need a coastal flood advisory. We're not quite there. But we are seeing, she is indicating potentially a flood warning and sending me, let's see, for St. Louis County. Thank you. A flood warning has been issued. Let me get up there really quickly there. And I'm going to pop that onto the screen. I don't think it'll let me. Nope, it won't. A flood warning has been issued until 4:45 a.m. For St. Louis County. So let me get that onto this screen here. There we go. And you're going to take a look at this for a moment. Doppler radar indicated heavy rain due to thunderstorms. Flooding is already occurring along creeks and streams in the warned area, and between 1 to 3 inches of rain has fallen. So you've got that flood warning that is now in effect as well. So, all right. So the tornado warning has been allowed to drop a couple minutes early, thankfully. We do still have the active thunderstorm warning, some of them in our coverage area, some of them just more or less where I live at this point. So a little bit of both as far as a vested interest. Again, the outflow boundary, it's a little bit of something that we like to see, and hopefully that means that these storms are fizzling out for now. Boy, whatever I ever like to see that. That outflow boundary can just, at this particular point, I'm good for a few hours of non-severe weather. So, all right. So these are the thunderstorm warnings flashing in yellow. That's what we've got going on. A tornado possible threat tag over Vienna, Eddyville, Illinois, and Golconda, Joppa, and almost near Metropolis. Not quite. Well, let me rephrase that. Tiny bit of Metropolis. The northern fringe, if you will, is included in this thunderstorm warning, but most of Metropolis is not, and not Brookport either. So now that may change. But I'm really hopeful that these storms that are moving into Kentucky from Missouri, I am very hopeful that they are fizzling out. We can all hope, right? All right, so I'm going to pop the microphone back off for just a moment, and we're going to see exactly what happens there with all of these particular storms. Should any additional things pop up, we'll be right here and keep you informed of everything that's about to take place. All right. For those of you still here, I'm Matt McLean in the Show Me Live Weather Center. We do now have some clarification on the tornado watch box that was expected to be issued. It has now been issued. And so, in fact, just as I am just talking there, it just popped up live. Here's kind of what we've got going on. We do still have that severe thunderstorm warning. This is basically scaled down for Massac, Pope, and Johnson counties until 2:45 this morning. I'm going to very quickly take off the aspect. So those of you, we did have a few minutes ago somebody in Festus asking, is anything else going on tonight? The answer is, as of this time, unless that should change in the next 60 to 90 seconds, no. They do still have the probability of that watch, but for whatever reason, it doesn't look like they are going to, and that may change because they're still updating all of this. So places like, take for example, Paducah, the National Weather Service has issued a tornado watch effect until 8 a.m. So that's what I thought earlier, 6 to 8 a.m. That's what we've got. And so there's just a lot of different areas there that they are including. Let me see exactly how they have done that. So it's kind of one of those weird oddball situations where they've kind of piecemealed a watch box together. So we'll wait and see if St. Louis adds to it for their particular coverage area there. Let me see. I don't think they would probably cover that particular county there. Storm Prediction Center has issued a tornado watch. Okay, so they have issued a portion of that until 3 a.m. So for now, it's just going to remain. It doesn't look for now as if they are going to extend that into places like Festus or possibly St. Genevieve County, although they've more or less issued the watch that they feel, I suppose, they want to have. And so basically until 8 a.m. Across portions of southeast Missouri, southwest Illinois, western Kentucky, and Indiana also. So Perry County, Bollinger, Cape, Scott, Stoddard, New Madrid, Mississippi counties, that area for southeast Missouri until 8 a.m., give or take. Same for almost all of southern Illinois, with the exception of Randolph County directly across from Perry and St. Genevieve County, not at this time included in the tornado watch box, again, unless the St. Louis office throws that down and issues that watch for those areas. So we are going to keep monitoring all of that. I tell you what, for right now, now that we know what the watch box for the most part is, it's until 8 a.m., it is not impossible that we may see some additional potential severe weather. The overall hope is that if for southeast Missouri, at least for now, with this line of thunderstorm activity moving through, the hope is it will remain fairly quiet and it's out of an abundance of caution. That being said, obviously they do feel that there is a definite warranted situation to issue the watch box. So, be weather aware. Keep your phone on where it can alert you to a tornado warning and whatnot. And we will, of course, do the same on this end as well. For now, since we now know kind of what's going on with the watch box and the current storms that we are seeing are dissipating in a fairly decent manner. Let me flip over to this radar site. Yeah, they're just really, they are weakening as we go, except for up near Evansville, Indiana. That's a different story. But for the most part, they're weakening as they are exiting out of the Mississippi County area, East Prairie, Charleston. Not a lot to write home about. That thunderstorm warning was canceled. And so basically you're just left with that one that is just about portions of Metropolis on to the north of Vienna, near the apex of 24 and 57 in Pulleys Mill there, just south of Marion. So that's kind of what you got going on. And for right now, we're going to go ahead and wrap up our stream. should a situation warrant throughout the night in southeast Missouri, southern Illinois, southwest Illinois, we'll of course let you know. But fingers crossed that we don't have a whole lot there to write home about. But for now, I'm Matt McLean in the Show Me Live Weather Center. We do have a chance of severe weather again later Tuesday evening and Tuesday night. In other words, later today and tonight, since we're moving toward 2:30 in the morning. And so if that is the case, we'll, of course, pass that along and be on the air once again. So letting this last statute sweep go through, these storms basically are fizzling out. At least here locally where I'm at and across Mississippi County and New Madrid County. They are somewhat fizzling out for the most part. So that being said, we're going to go ahead and call it a night for now, and hopefully we won't be needed anymore tonight. But stay tuned. We'll keep you up to date. Also, make sure you download the Show Me Live app, Google Play Store, Apple Play Store. We do push out severe weather alerts from time to time. It's not location sensitive, but whenever we have a super big deal that's impacting a large portion of the area, we will send out what's called a push alert, let you kind of know what's going on and get you ahead of the storm as best as possible. Plus, we play all kinds of music and sports as well. And we like to have a lot of fun 24/7, 365 on that regard as well. Scott Kabbalah will be taking over at 6 a.m. on Show Me Live on the app. He's got your morning drive, followed by Darius Wentz middays and Scott Cheatham in the afternoon drive on Show Me Live. Have a good one. I'm Matt McLean in the Weather Center, and like I said, we'll be back if we need to be. Bye-bye.